Chapter 388. Quick Retreat. The entire valley was engulfed in flames, as the entire area was dyed red. The captain was shocked and immediately gave the order for the cavalry to turn around and run towards the entrance of the valley. "What kind of fire is this? Why is it burning so fast?" Shenzhen looked at the flames and his face fell. Although the leaves on the ground were at least half a foot thick, the cavalry was much faster. Unless the entire valley was engulfed in flames, they would not be able to catch up. However, as the flames continued to burn, they started to spread out. The speed of the flames was almost the same as the cavalry. Pei Ziyun looked at the rapidly burning fire. Normal fires don't burn fast. This is the fire of Tao arts and can burn as fast as oil. Although it can only last for 10 minutes, it's more than enough to deal with this situation. He was secretly proud of himself. This was not a divine ability, but a technique that he had developed after reaching the level of a Tao arts master. It could be called heavenly fire rain. Tao arts and divine abilities are not something we martial artists can match up to. Shenzhen looked down and saw the flames spreading out rapidly, forming a sea of fire. The cavalry could still escape, but the soldiers were all wearing armor and could not escape in time. Some of them screamed in pain as they rolled around in the sea of fire. Some of them took off their armor and ran. Some of them had fire on them and were rolling around on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. The smell of burnt human flesh permeated the air. The fire grew stronger and stronger. In a blink of an eye, the entire place was engulfed in flames. "Brother Pei, look, the enemy is escaping," Shenzhen pointed out. The captain felt that something was amiss and turned his horse around. He then led the 200 cavalrymen to escape. The cavalrymen were extremely fast. Even the sea of fire could not catch up to them. They were about to escape. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly and said, "I've been waiting for you." He then turned to the rest of the martial artists and said, "Everyone, please help me. Yes, push this huge rock." More than 10 people pushed a huge rock off the cliff and exerted their strength. The rock only shook slightly. At this point, Pei Ziyun's face turned red as he pointed at the bottom of the rock. "Quicksand!" Boom! The huge rock loosened. Shenzhen was overjoyed and shouted, "Push!" More than 10 people exerted their strength together, and the boulder began to move. It began to roll faster and faster. There were originally several riders who were about to rush out of the valley, and when they saw the boulder rolling down, they let out inhuman screams. However, the screams immediately stopped, and with a "hong" sound, there wasn't even any blood or flesh splattered as they were turned into meat patties. The boulder smashed into the narrow entrance of the valley, blocking it. Behind it, the sea of fire grew larger and larger as it pounced forward. The huge rock is blocking the exit. The horses can't jump over. These people are going to be roasted. A martial artist laughed as he looked down. He looked relaxed. "Oh, the enemies are climbing the rock. Smash, smash them to death." One of the cavalrymen dismounted from his horse and pounced forward to climb up. Suddenly, a stone fell and smashed into the cavalryman's head. His head immediately splattered white and red. The fire continued to burn, and all the horses were alarmed. The horse carrying the captain also jumped up in panic and turned to run. "Stop!" The captain roared angrily, but his horse did not listen to him. One of the cavalrymen did not pull the reins tight and fell down. The cavalryman screamed out in pain. Before he could stand up, a panicked horse trampled on him. The cavalryman screamed out in pain as blood spurted out of his mouth. More horses trampled on him, and in the blink of an eye, there was no more sound. The captain looked at the sea of fire that was surging towards him. Within the sea of fire, the soldiers who were too slow to escape had all been annihilated. He then looked at the huge rock blocking the exit, and stared at Pei Ziyun who was standing on top of the cliff. His face turned ashen. He never thought that he would be ambushed. "Kill the horses. Walk and follow me up the cliff." the captain ordered as he stabbed his knife into the neck of the horse. The horse was still panicking, and as soon as the knife pierced through it, fresh blood splattered everywhere. The surrounding cavalrymen were clear that in this situation, the horses were not their helpers. Instead, they were their enemies. They all pulled out their knives and started killing the horses they were riding on. Not far away, some of the soldiers who were too slow to escape were caught up in the sea of fire. They were writhing in pain, their limbs flailing as they screamed in pain. Quick! The cavalrymen did not need to be hurried as they climbed up the rock. Although the horses could not climb up the rock, the men could. Actually, if they were not prepared, there were not many rocks that could be smashed onto the cliff. After a short while, there were no more rocks to use. Some of the soldiers had already climbed up the rock and jumped down. Pei Zi-yun looked around, and saw the flames and the cavalrymen climbing up the cliff. Prepare the crossbows. Pei Zi-yun then picked up a bow and aimed it at one of the cavalrymen. Under the illumination of the fire, one of the cavalrymen could be seen with a face full of dirt and dirt. He had a fierce look on his face as he cursed. His body was extremely agile, and he looked as though he was about to flip over. Pei Zi-yun then ordered, "Shoot." As he said this, he released the bowstring and shot an arrow. At the same time, the sound of a bowstring being released could be heard. Although there weren't many crossbows, when they were shot together, they formed a rain of arrows. The cavalryman who was about to climb over was secretly celebrating. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound could be heard as the arrow pierced through the air and pierced through his helmet. It pierced through his eyes and came out from the back of his head. Fresh blood and brain matter splattered all over the huge rock. Piu. The archery skills of the martial artists were not bad. After 20 arrows, 7 or 8 of the cavalrymen were sent tumbling down the cliff. The cavalrymen below were shocked. Ah! The entire valley was engulfed in flames. Those who were not killed by the arrows began to writhe in the flames, screaming in agony. It was not a sound that could be made by a human. At this point, Pei Zi-yun's face turned pale. He placed his hands on the cliff as his chest heaved up and down. He was panting heavily. Wretch! Blood gushed up his throat and filled his mouth. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood back down. His chest felt stuffy. Shoot, do not stop. They are trapped in the valley and are dead meat. Pei Zi-yun held onto his bow and leaned against the cliff. His face was pale as he gave the order. At this point, he felt that his body was empty. He thought to himself, the earth immortal fruit has its limits. No wonder it can't defy the heavens. However, the pursuing cavalrymen are like turtles in a pond. I can kill them all. The martial artists had a fierce look on their faces as they pulled back their bows and fired continuously. From time to time, a cavalryman would cry out in pain and fall to the ground. The cavalrymen who were charging forward were filled with fear and did not dare to move forward. However, there was a rain of arrows in front of them, and the fire behind them was getting bigger and bigger. Thick smoke filled the air, and the cavalrymen could not see and could not breathe. They could only scream and roll on the ground. The captain shouted out in anger, "Charge forward! If you are shot dead, you can at least leave your corpse intact. Do you want to be burned to death?" The fire was getting closer and closer. Smoke filled the air, and it was difficult to breathe. Following the captain's orders, the cavalrymen braced themselves and climbed up. Hoo! Several more arrows were fired, and the cavalryman fell to the ground. One of the martial artists reached behind him, but found nothing. When he turned around, he realized that all the arrows in his quiver had been emptied. He looked around and saw that everyone around him had emptied their arrows. Only Pei Zi-yun still had an arrow strapped to his back. He leaned against the cliff and closed his eyes, as if he was meditating. When the rain of arrows stopped, Shinjin said, "Brother Pei, we've run out of arrows. What do we do now?" Pei Zi-yun was meditating, and did not reply immediately. After some time, he opened his eyes. After a series of battles, His immortal energy had been completely depleted. The 2 shots he fired just now had caused him some injuries. Who? Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked down and saw that the captain had noticed that the rain of arrows had stopped. He then climbed over the huge rock and shouted out loudly. The scattered cavalrymen seemed to have regrouped and climbed over as well. In the blink of an eye, the captain had several bodyguards beside him. Pei Ziyun's face was gloomy as he asked, "Shenzhen, are you willing to help me kill this man?" When Shenzhen heard this, he laughed. "Brother Pei, there were 500 enemies. Now there are less than 100 left. Let's do it." The martial artist did not hesitate. "I'm willing to follow Big Brother and true sovereign." "Good, let's go down together. You guys hold them off for a while," Pei Ziyun said as a cold smile appeared on his face. "I can kill this general." On the huge rock, the captain led his men and climbed up. All of a sudden, someone shouted out, "Not good, someone is coming down from above." When the captain heard this, he looked up and saw Pei Ziyun leaping down. His toes touched the protruding rock as he slid down a few feet before landing on the next rock. The martial artists did not have such skills, but with the support of the vines they slid down as well. Their speed wasn't slow at all, and in the blink of an eye they landed on the ground. When Pei Ziyun was only 30 feet above the ground, he leaped down. While in midair, he drew his bow and shot a few arrows. Pu-pu-pu, sounds could be heard as the bodyguards around the captain fell to the ground. As for Shenzhen, he missed by a hair's breadth as he landed on the rock. With a flash of his blade, 2 cavalrymen fell to the ground. "Protect the captain." Several of the cavalrymen who had already climbed up shouted out as they charged forward. Pei Ziyun did not care about them as he drew his bow and shot another arrow. Because the distance was too close, the arrow pierced through the heart of one of the bodyguards who had just charged forward. The force of the arrow did not diminish as it pierced through the chest of the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard screamed out in pain as he fell to the ground. After shooting the arrows, one of the bodyguards wielded a long blade and charged towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun tossed his bow aside and leaped into the air, landing a kick on the bodyguard's shoulder. "Pah!" A crisp sound could be heard as Pei Ziyun's shoulder was crushed. He then took a step forward and stepped on the head of another bodyguard. This person started bleeding from all his orifices as he fell to the ground. "Die!" Pei Ziyun landed on the ground and pulled out his sword. There were no more obstacles in front of him. "How is this possible? Your demonic arts have obviously been used up." The captain shouted out in anger. The demonic energy around him seemed to have been awakened by his fear and anger. An illusory image of a bull appeared in the air and let out a moo. The captain's eyes turned red as a wave of energy surged through his body. As he breathed, his nostrils flared up. "Die!" The captain shouted out in anger as he slashed down with his blade. This slash was so sudden that it seemed as though the wind and thunder were about to explode. It was obvious that this was an attack that had never been seen before. Cloud wind form. Pei Ziyun's face turned pale as he transformed into a ray of light that flashed through the air. "Ugh!" The captain screamed out as he charged forward, barely managing to stand. A wave of pain shot through his body as he stood rooted to the ground. He stretched out his hand and felt his chest split open. His internal organs and blood flowed out. "I've lost." With this thought in mind, the captain fell to the ground as his pupils dilated. The illusory bull panicked and was about to escape when the plum blossom flashed and disappeared. "Ugh!" Pei Ziyun clutched at his chest as blood flowed out from his torn clothes. Cough cough. Pei Ziyun's face was as white as a sheet of paper as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He sighed in his heart, "I've overexerted myself." When he was at his peak, killing a lieutenant was a piece of cake. The first and second time, he killed the enemy as if he was an immortal, and there was almost no smoke or fire. However, after the repeated encirclement and slaughter, the situation became worse and worse. His immortal energy was almost completely exhausted, and today, he was finally injured. Let's go. Shenzhen saw this and turned around to help Pei Ziyun up. They then sped off into the distance. At this point, the fire had already reached the huge boulder. The raging flames had blocked the exit and destroyed all hope of escape. Only about 10 riders managed to climb over the boulder and escape from death. They knelt on the ground. Chapter 389. Valley. A gust of wind blew past. Over 100 soldiers were dressed in woven raincoats. In the middle of them was a man around 40 years of age. His face was stern, and his hand was on the hilt of his sword. He looked at the raging fire, which was slowly being extinguished by the misty autumn rain. 1, 2! 1, 2! At the entrance of the valley, a shout could be heard. Over 10 soldiers were pushing a huge boulder, following the rhythm. Boom! The huge boulder started rolling down several meters. Even though it was raining, there was still a thick cloud of dust rising up. The slope of the mountain trembled, and some of the rocks fell to the ground. The soldiers who were pushing the boulder hurriedly dodged to the side. As soon as the boulder was pushed open, a pungent smell filled the air. The soldiers felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. The sounds of coughing could be heard continuously. Outside the valley, a squad turned around and said, "Your Excellency, the boulder has been pushed open. You can enter now." His voice was filled with a hint of flattery. The captain covered his mouth with a wet cloth, coughing as he walked in. As soon as he entered, he saw that the ground was littered with corpses that had yet to be burnt out. The corpses were in the shape of horses, and were covered in charred armor. Although the captain had been through hundreds of battles, he couldn't take it anymore. He forced himself not to vomit. "Your Excellency, General Jian Fang has died in battle," the squad leader who was inspecting the corpses reported loudly. His face was charred black from the smoke that had yet to be extinguished. Just as the captain was about to say something, he heard a voice from afar. He turned around and ordered, "Everyone, get into formation. Eunuch Liao is here." "Yes, Your Excellency." Over 100 soldiers immediately got into formation. Other than that, there were over 10 people kneeling on the ground. The captain was feeling uneasy as well. He was part of Jian Fang's squad, and was in charge of the logistics. However, he didn't make it in time and survived. Eunuch Liao entered the valley under the protection of his personal guards. He had a cold expression on his face, and noticed that the entire valley was charred black. Eunuch Liao was assaulted by the wind, and felt extremely uncomfortable. He took out a handkerchief from his robes and covered his mouth. After some time, he finally calmed down. He stared at these people and said in a shrill voice, "Trash, trash. There were 500 of you and more than half of you died. Even General Jian died in battle. How useless. If it weren't for the fact that I needed you, all of you would have been executed." Behind Eunuch Liao stood a young girl. It was Gaigua, and she was holding a white fox in her arms. The white fox's fur was glossy, and its eyes were intelligent. It looked around, and its sharp nose detected a foul stench. The white fox felt like it was suffocating. It stuck out its tongue and stretched out its paws, lying motionlessly on Gaigua's hand. But at this moment, a trace of demonic qi could be sensed. The white fox's eyes narrowed as it raised its head and looked around. It then sniffed and cried out angrily, "G." Gaigua hurriedly stretched out her hand and stroked the white fox's body, comforting the angry white fox. Her hand was like stroking a fine brocade, smooth and comfortable. Eunuch Liao stopped and turned to look at Gaigua. Just as he was about to speak, a gust of smoke blew over and the nauseating feeling resurfaced. Eunuch Liao covered his mouth with a handkerchief, feeling a little nauseous. After some time, he calmed himself down and spoke, "Miss Qi, you've come to recommend yourself, saying that you have a grudge against Pei Ziyun, and that you have the ability to locate him from 100 miles away. Now that Pei Ziyun has climbed a cliff and escaped into the mountains, there are corpses and smoke everywhere. Can you still identify him? This time, I've received orders from King Lu to control the Wuzong army. Together with the prefectural army, there are over 7,000 of them, all for the sake of killing Pei Ziyun. As long as you can find him, King Lu will not be stingy with his rewards. Eunuch Liao grinned, revealing his teeth. Don't disappoint me. When Gai Gua heard this, she squinted her eyes as a cold look flashed across her face. She hugged the white fox and bowed. Don't worry, eunuch, he won't be able to escape. He killed my father, and I'm irreconcilable with him. My fox can smell him and will be able to catch up to him. My fox, Gai Gua said to the white fox in her arms. When the white fox heard this, although it was disgusted, it leapt down from her arms and sniffed the air, before moving forward. Follow. Eunuch Liao ordered. Capital City, Records Department. The sky was dark and gloomy. Although it was daytime, it was hard to see what was written in the room. 2 candles were lit as Feng Min sat on a chair. Her body was slightly bent over as she lowered her head to read the documents. Unbeknownst to her, white hair had started to appear on her head. Date: 9th year of the Su Dynasty, October. Location: Chenzhou, Hu County. Target: Li Quan. How he attacked. Li Quan was already on high alert and had set up an ambush. However, Pei Ziyun still managed to rush out from under the bridge and kill the man, taking his head and escaping unscathed. There was a detailed description of the people involved, the location, and the process. Although this wasn't the first time she had seen this, Feng Min's expression changed. She moved closer to the window and noticed that the sky was dark and gloomy. The branches of the trees were rustling in the wind. After a long time, Feng Min sighed. 300 men ambushed him, and he managed to escape unscathed. If it wasn't for the imperial qi, I'm afraid all the officials below the rank of governor would have died. It could be said that if it wasn't for the imperial qi, Pei Ziyun could easily topple an entire country. He could enter the government offices or even the palace at night and take their heads. If he had done this a few times, the country would have collapsed. There's no need to assassinate him by force. If it wasn't for the imperial qi, he could have bewitched the magistrate, then the governor, then the prime minister, and finally the son of heaven. All he needed was 5 people. After thinking for some time, she turned around and looked at the new report. This time, there were 17 members of the pugilistic world. The one leading them was Shenzhen. When it reached Feng Min's hands, it was a thin piece of paper. She had investigated all the people involved. Just as she was about to write down the report, someone knocked on the door. Your Excellency, there's a report. Feng Min frowned. She put down the pen in her hand, straightened her body, and said to the outside, "Come in." A Taoist official entered and handed over a document. His voice was hoarse as he spoke. Your Excellency, this is the 7th report regarding true sovereign Pei Ziyun. Feng Min took a look and stood up. Prepare a carriage for me, I wish to enter the palace. Imperial Palace. The emperor was lying down on the bed. He had become so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. He closed his eyes and rested. At this point, Feng Min requested to see him. Since he had already received instructions, the red-robed eunuch stood up and ushered him in. Seeing that Feng Min was about to pay his respects, the red-robed eunuch said, "His Majesty, please rest quietly. Don't make a fuss." Feng Min acknowledged and entered the room before kneeling down and kowtowing 3 times. The emperor's face twitched as he opened his eyes and stared at Feng Min. Rise. Feng Min stood up slowly. Your Majesty, the 7th report regarding true sovereign Pei Ziyun has arrived. As she spoke, the red-robed eunuch received the report and spoke. 3 days ago, there was a report stating that the 7th target had been executed. Today, the 7th target has been completed. He killed Yuji General Jian Fang. Not only that, he burned 500 of his men to death. There were 200 of them on horseback. True Sovereign even requested for the 17 volunteer troops to be rewarded for this. The red-robed eunuch explained the situation to the emperor. His voice was calm and steady. The emperor's face was full of wrinkles and didn't move an inch. At this point, he coughed and laughed. The red-robed eunuch and Feng Min, who were standing by the side, trembled. The emperor was extremely ill, and was extremely suspicious of the emperor. Now that he was laughing out of anger, how should they deal with him? The emperor coughed twice before closing his eyes. Those who deserve to be rewarded shall be rewarded, and those who deserve to be punished shall be punished. I shall leave this matter to you. I'm tired. As he finished speaking, he leaned back on his bed. Yes, Your Majesty. The red-robed eunuch nodded. Seeing that the emperor had really rested, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then turned to Feng Min. Feng Min, let's talk outside. We don't want to disturb Your Majesty's rest. Feng Min replied, Yes, eunuch. The both of them walked out of the palace and stood under the eaves. There was no one around. The red-robed eunuch's face was solemn. Is Pei Zi-yun really invincible? I've read the report. He managed to kill a heavily guarded general, and even took his head. That's unbelievable. Feng Min bowed and retrieved the 7th copy of the news. She then pointed to a spot and said, Look, Pei Zi-yun is injured as well. This means that he's not invincible, and is not invincible. Our Dao Records Department has recorded that a Taoist has to rely on paradise. Only within the boundaries of paradise can one recover quickly. Outside, although he can replenish his energy, the speed is extremely slow. Pei Zi-yun's energy should be depleted by now. Look, in the previous few assassinations, not only did he kill them with ease, he didn't seem to be affected at all. But now, he's in a sorry state. When the red-robed eunuch heard this, he paced back and forth. His face was solemn. But with such power, how can we underestimate him? He killed 7 generals and thousands of soldiers. This is extremely terrifying. Even I was shocked when I read about it. The red-robed eunuch spoke coldly, his face was solemn. He then realized that he shouldn't have said this in front of Feng Min. He then asked, I heard that King Lu is furious? Yes, Eunuch Huang. Feng Min then replied, We've received news from King Lu's spies. King Lu has already set up an inescapable net. Although the 7th general was killed by accident, he managed to pinpoint the general's location. I've heard that Eunuch Liao is personally leading the troops. In addition to the soldiers, there are more than 10,000 of them. Liao Qi? The red-robed eunuch muttered to himself. Feng Min then hurriedly replied, That's right, it's this man. He's always by King Lu's side. Not only is he diligent in his martial arts, he's also very intelligent. He's the man that King Lu values the most. I know this man. The red-robed eunuch replied. He knew Liao Qi. Back when they were in the palace, he was his nephew. He was the eunuch closest to King Lu. For him to personally make a move, it was clear that King Lu hated Pei Zi-yun to the core. However, this was understandable. After all, King Lu's military plans had been disrupted, which gave the imperial court more time to adjust. The army is searching for him. I wonder if true sovereign Pei will be able to escape? Even the imperial court wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Eunuch, you mustn't underestimate this man. There are many records of Earth immortals. He can do things that ordinary people can't. He has many miraculous abilities and is extremely terrifying. When Eunuch Huang heard Feng Min's words, he laughed coldly. You've said it yourself. This man is injured. Weapons can't harm him. He must have used up all his energy. Although I don't practice Tao arts, I've read the secret records. All these miraculous abilities are caused by the lack of energy. The eunuch took several steps forward before his eyes squinted and laughed. Pei Zi-yun, let me see what an earth immortal can do. Chapter 390. Cave Drip Drip. The stalactites hung from the ceiling. There were many forks in the road, and the surroundings were pitch black. A Taoist could be seen running in the cave. It was Zhang Ling. His forehead was drenched in sweat, and his hair was stuck to his head. His mouth was dry and cracked. There were a few wounds on his body, and his clothes were stained red with blood. He held onto his sword and ran with all his might, breaking the silence of the cave. All of a sudden, Zhang Ling felt a sense of danger. He rolled and leapt forward. Pooh! A sharp whistling sound could be heard as an arrow pierced through the air. It carried with it a deathly aura as it brushed past Zhang Ling's ears. Zhang Ling was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Before he could even get up, a black shadow appeared in the darkness and stabbed towards him. Zhang Ling used all his strength to block the attack, and sparks lit up the entire cave. Die! The person who dashed out could be seen through the sparks. It was a 10-man squad leader. At this point, he roared and charged towards Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling had rolled on the ground earlier, and her entire body was covered in mud. She panted heavily as she raised the sword in her hand and stabbed towards the 10-man squad leader, deflecting his attack. From afar, a torch could be seen approaching, and the situation could be vaguely seen. Zhang Ling's sword reflected the light as it clashed with Zhang Ling's sword. Zhang Ling's wounds were torn open, and blood flowed out. Cough! Zhang Ling took 2 steps back as she stretched out her hands to support herself against the wall. The wall was wet. You don't have any strength left. Surrender. Where are the rest of them? The 10-man squad leader was panting heavily as he spoke to Zhang Ling coldly. What a joke. Dai Qing surrendered, but he died a short while later. Zhang Ling panted heavily as she laughed coldly. However, her heart was filled with bitterness. Initially, everything was going smoothly. However, King Lu's army was getting closer and closer to them. No matter how much they changed, they would be seen through. The closer they got, the less time they had to rest. They were getting more and more exhausted. Out of the 17 riders that came to reinforce them, 6 of them had died within 3 days. They had no choice but to retreat into the cave. The cave was winding and deep. They could temporarily defend themselves, but this also meant that they were in a hopeless situation. In such a situation, it wasn't that no one wanted to surrender. In truth, Dai Qing had tacitly agreed to it. Unexpectedly, a moment after he surrendered, the Tao talisman transmitted a feeling of despair, as well as a final scream. I've killed so many people, it's impossible for them to surrender. Zhang Linkai thought. 10-inch squad leader rushed forward and said, Die. The 10-man squad leader's face was ferocious. The passageway was not big, and Zhang Ling had no choice but to stab forward while gasping for breath. Dang! The 10-man sentinel slashed at Zhang Ling again and again with an unstoppable killing intent. He did not even care about his own safety. Zhang Ling's hair was disheveled as she tried to defend herself. Following the 10-man sentinel's attacks, the wounds on her body were torn open and blood gushed out. Kill! Zhang Ling's entire body was drenched in blood. She roared and fought with all her might. The veins on her neck were bulging and her face was flushed red. Suddenly, she mustered the last bit of her strength and shouted, F***CK. Zhang Ling did not hesitate to stab down with her sword, instantly piercing through 10-man's body. With a groan, 10-man's sword pierced through Zhang Ling's body. Zhang Ling dodged to the side and dodged the attack. Zhang Ling's body twitched uncontrollably as fresh blood flowed out of his wounds. I've finally won. Just as Zhang Ling was thinking about this, she let out a groan and looked at her chest in disbelief. She turned around and saw a soldier with a spear piercing deep into her body. The soldier wanted to pull his sword out, but Zhang Ling threw it away. A pu sound could be heard as the sword pierced through the air and pierced into the soldier's chest. The soldier fell to the ground, but when the spear was pulled back, fresh blood and internal organs flowed out. Ah! Zhang Ling's face was pale as she leaned against the stone wall. Her life force continued to flow out of her body, and her body started to feel cold. Her entire life flashed through her mind. Am I going to die? Am I unlucky? Am I not talented enough? No, it's Pei Ziyun who killed me with a borrowed knife. I want to report this to the imperial court. Zhang Ling struggled as her hands trembled as she activated the talisman. A few moments later, a spiritual light flashed and a figure appeared. It was Feng Min. She saw Zhang Ling leaning against the stone wall, not moving an inch. Blood was still flowing out of her wounds. Feng Min frowned. Zhang Ling, answer me. What's the situation now? Her voice reverberated throughout the cave, but Zhang Ling did not move at all. Feng Min's heart skipped a beat as she scanned her surroundings. What she saw was the corpse of a 10-man squad leader. Not far from the cave, a torch seemed to have fallen to the ground. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. What happened? Feng Min shouted out in anger, her voice reverberating throughout the cave. After some time, Feng Min understood. Did he die in battle? Zhang Ling, don't worry. You were loyal to your duty and fought to the death. Not only will I compensate your family, I will also request for a title from the imperial court. It's hard to say, but you were originally an 8th-rank Dao official. It wouldn't be difficult for you to be promoted to a 7th-rank Dao official. Hing Tu Mountain. The mountain was towering and covered with rocks. There were even huge trees that cast a large shade on the ground. At the foot of the mountain there were many military tents. Thousands of soldiers surrounded the entrance of the cave. There were captains standing guard at the entrance. From time to time there would be soldiers patrolling the area. More than 10 dogs were patrolling the area. Within the main tent, several lamps were lit brightly. Eunuch Liao sat behind a table, his eyes cold. A captain was kneeling before him. Looking at him, Eunuch Liao slammed his palm on the table and said, "Bastard, another 100-man squad has been wiped out?" When the captain heard this, his body trembled and his face turned pale. He did not dare to hide anything. The last person who did this had already been executed. He hurriedly admitted, "Yes, Eunuch Liao. I've sent the 11th squad, but there's no more news from them." Damn it. Eunuch Liao's face turned pale as he grabbed the teacup in front of him and threw it on the ground. The captain was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. "A mere cave has swallowed 300 of my men. Are you all useless?" Eunuch Liao stood up, his face was ashen. "To think that you call yourselves elites. Tell me, should I report this matter to His Highness, or should I give you another chance?" The eunuch's voice was sharp and shrill, causing everyone's hairs to stand on end. "Eunuch Liao, the underground cave is like a maze. It's extremely narrow and dark, and we can't see anything. We have to use torches to enter. But with torches we're just sitting ducks in the middle of the maze. There will be countless casualties. That's even worse, we can't see anything. Our enemies have Taoist arts and have ways to see. Eunuch Liao, it's not that we don't want to die. It's just that given the current situation, we won't be able to do anything." As he spoke up to this point, he pounced forward and kowtowed. "Eunuch Liao, why don't we trap them and starve them to death? Otherwise, I don't know how many brothers we'll have to stuff into this cave." As he spoke, he began to cry. "Bastard!" When Eunuch Liao heard these words, he gritted his teeth. "Is that your reason?" However, cursing wasn't enough to vent his frustrations. He then retrieved a whip from behind him and lashed it down viciously on the captain's body. As soon as the whip landed, a line of blood appeared on the captain's body. Pa pa pa! Blood seeped out from his robes, but the captain didn't dodge. His face was pale as he bit his lips, as sweat dripped down his back. After he finished whipping the captain, he tossed the whip aside. Eunuch Liao then calmed down. Actually, the captain's words were reasonable. But since it was King Lu's order, how could he ignore it? Phew! Eunuch Liao then sighed and spoke in a gentle tone. "Get up, we'll get the military doctor to treat you." How could I not know that this cave isn't easy to conquer? But King Lu is getting impatient. He's already given 7 consecutive orders, and his tone is getting worse and worse. Let me make things clear. If I don't do my job well, I might not lose my head. But none of your heads are safe. Do you understand? So that's how it is. I didn't know eunuch Liao Liao's love and care. It's my fault. Hearing these words, the captain came to his senses. Because of the pain, his lips twitched as he laid on the ground. I hope eunuch Liao can give me another chance. Seeing the captain in such a state, eunuch Liao was satisfied. He then ordered, send another team down. Use the elite soldiers from the 100 fighters camp. Yes. Hearing eunuch Liao's words, the captain knelt down and bowed before retreating. Wait. Eunuch Liao paused for some time before speaking to Gai Gua. Pei Ziyun is in the cave now. Lead the way. All the soldiers around paused. This meant that they were going to fight to the death. Cave fusion. The cave was huge, and could fit 100 men. A luminous pearl shone brightly, and barely illuminated the entire cave. The 17 men had been reduced to 6, and all of them had injuries on their bodies. Shenzhen had a deep cut on his face, and blood had formed a scab. He had 3 bandages on his body, and his lips were chapped, and his face was pale. The rest of the martial artists were all leaning against the wall to rest. One of them closed his eyes and mumbled, "My daughter, my wife." As he spoke, tears rolled down his cheeks. The entire cave was silent. All of a sudden, one of the martial artists laughed out, "What are you crying for? I've killed 23 of them, it's not a loss." "Haha, Li Wu-san, you've only killed so few, what's there to brag about?" Another martial artist mocked, "I've killed 37 of them." As soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent. After some time, he sighed, "It's a pity for our brothers. We've killed so many of them, it's not a loss for us. I wonder if we'll be able to leave this place alive." Hearing these words, the martial artists were speechless. Did he regret it? Did he not regret it? System. In this tense atmosphere, Pei Ziyun shouted out. A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes, as it grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes, as data appeared before his eyes. Earth Immortal. Level 1, 101, 1%. After persevering for several days, his information interface was finally maxed out. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun clicked on the button to level up. Instantly, a wave of spiritual energy flowed into his body, and his depleted energy was replenished. He opened his eyes and said, "Yes. Our brothers who died will not have died in vain. You killed the enemy's soldiers, you will not have killed them in vain. When you return, you will at least be promoted to an official position. Our brothers who died will receive compensation as well." Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Shenzhen said, "We have to be able to return first. I've always looked down on the soldiers, but now I know that the most powerful thing about soldiers is that they won't die easily. A few hundred lives are sacrificed just for one. That's terrifying. AI, it's been hard on my sister. I didn't even have time to take care of her." Pei Ziyun laughed, "Don't worry, everyone will be able to return. As long as you're not afraid of the stench." As he said this, he walked towards the corpses. With a flash of his blade, he sliced open the enemy's internal organs, revealing their bladders. He took out a few bladders and rubbed them with his hands, before they turned into balloons. "Everyone take one and fill it with air. Follow me, I've already found a way. We can enter the water in front of us. The tunnel leads to the outside and we can sneak out." As he said this, he walked down the tunnel. Seeing Pei Ziyun's confidence, the martial artists were energized. As they walked down the tunnel, they saw that the entire tunnel was filled with water. Pei Ziyun took out a rope and handed it to everyone. "It will take some time to reach the other side of the tunnel. All of you know martial arts. Hold your breath and follow me. If anyone can't hold it in, take a deep breath in your bladder. Although it's filthy, it can save your life." Looking at the bladder, Shenzhen laughed out, This filth is nothing compared to life. Brother Pei, you lead the way, we'll follow you. True sovereign, we're all martial artists. Which one of us hasn't been through mountains of blood and seas of blood? We've seen cannibalism before. The martial artists all understood the logic behind this and agreed. All right, that's it. Dive with me. As he said this, Pei Ziyun took the lead, and the other 6 followed closely behind. With a splash, the water in the tunnel splashed up. Under the water, a luminous pearl illuminated the area. Using this light, the group of people swam forward with all their might. Chapter 391. A Cave. A group of soldiers walked forward. In front of them was a twisting cave. The most frightening thing was the stalactites, hanging down from the ceiling. Wherever they turned, there would be some sort of sound. The soldiers raised their torches and examined them carefully. The torches were dim, and all of a sudden, there was a pa-pa sound above their heads. Enemy attack! It was unknown who shouted, but the soldiers of the 100 Doves camp all drew their blades. With a flash of their blades, several rat-like things fell down. Stop, it's bats. Don't waste your energy, these things are harmless. The officer gestured with his hand. Indeed, when everyone looked over, they realized that it was indeed bats. It was obvious that the sudden appearance of so many people in the cave had frightened the bats, and they spread their wings and flew away. Following the officer's words, the soldiers of the 100 Doves camp straightened their bodies. With a paw sound, they sheathed their blades. The sound was neat and orderly, as though they had rehearsed this. This was because the cave was too small, and it was easy to injure one's own men. Gaigua, who was following behind the white fox, looked at these elites, and felt a chill run down her spine. She suddenly said, "Ahead, I sense his aura." The vanguard draw their blades and advance. The rest of you, prepare your crossbows. The captain shuddered, his eyes shining brightly as he gave the order in a low voice. The troops at the front drew their swords neatly and walked along the path. This time, even without the white fox sniffing, they could still smell the scent of blood. They turned carefully, and under the illumination of the torches, they could see clearly that it was a space, about the size of a grain sunning field. The torches drew the outline of the entire cave. There was nothing on the walls that could be climbed, and at the top of the cave there was a crack. There were 7 or 8 caves in the surroundings, and they were all densely packed, some big and some small. The ground was littered with corpses, and blood splattered on the walls. One look and one could tell that a huge battle had occurred. Some of the corpses had been decapitated, and their organs were scattered all over the ground. Your Excellency, this is a very good place to attack. Look, the surrounding caves are very deep and dark. If we drill in, who knows if a blade will stab us from the dark. Even this place cannot guarantee our safety. The officer gritted his teeth and laughed, indeed crafty. Where is the main path? Gaigua's face was pale as she bit her lips. She spoke to the white fox, and the white fox responded. He fled this way. Gaigua picked up the white fox and pointed at one of the dozens of caves. Immediately, a group of people rushed in. A pool of thick blood appeared around him. As he looked around, he noticed that there were 13 corpses stacked on top of each other. These were all soldiers of King Lu. The 100 Battle Camp's assault team revealed killing intent. These were all their comrades. The cave was very complicated. If not for the white fox's guidance, it would have been very difficult to find the right path. The lieutenant's face was ashen. No wonder 300 people died just like that. The environment was too dangerous. From time to time, corpses could be found. There were Taoist officials, armored soldiers, and Jianghu people. The atmosphere was getting more and more somber. The white fox raised its head, a pair of bright eyes like a cat's, shining in the night. It used its nose to sniff the air, jumping down from every fork to carefully identify. "Sir, we found the main passage here," Gaigua said to the cave on the left. "Go." The captain waved his hand and a group of people rushed in. "Sir, we found a corpse." There are traces of a fire inside. We even found half a piece of dried rations. They hadn't gone far when someone shouted. Hearing this, the lieutenant's eyes lit up. This must be the enemy's resting place. We're not far from here. The lieutenant laughed as he pulled out his blade. He then looked at the armored soldiers and ordered, "Everyone listen up. This is your chance to be promoted and get rich. Take 1 head and you'll be rewarded with 3 heads. Kill him, and you'll be promoted by 3 ranks. Kill!" The armored soldiers shouted, their voices reverberated throughout the cave. Before long they rushed in and reported, "Your Excellency, there's no one. Find a path and chase after them." The lieutenant looked at Gaigua. Gaigua led the group deeper and deeper into the cave, as though they were heading underground. After a while, the white fox stopped. The lieutenant's eyes flashed as he held onto his blade and asked, "What happened? Why aren't you chasing after them?" "Your Excellency, it's water." Gaigua picked up the white fox. The white fox seemed to know what Gaigua was going to ask. It squeaked twice and stretched out its claws, pointing towards the cave. "The smell has disappeared." It disappeared at the location where the water flooded the cave. Gaigua pointed towards the cave, and the lieutenant's face fell. "Bring me a torch." Dozens of torches shone into the cave, and saw that there was an underground river beneath the cave. The water was deep and unfathomable. Someone started to inspect the cave. "Your Excellency, there are footprints here, and they disappeared from the cave." "Not good." The lieutenant was shocked. They must have escaped from the underground cave. Could it be that the cave is connected to somewhere else? "Zhao Ming, Zhang Yun, come here." The lieutenant stood up and ordered loudly. "Your Excellency." After some time, the 2 of them stepped forward. "The 2 of you are good at water. Go and investigate where the cave leads to. If you discover any enemies, do not fight and report back immediately." "Yes." The 2 of them took off their light armor and walked to the water hole. With a splash, they jumped into the water and swam around like fish, testing the water. "Hoo!" The 2 of them spat out the foul air in their lungs and took a deep breath. Their bodies bulged as they turned around and dove headfirst into the water. The lieutenant's face relaxed a little as he spoke to Gaigua. "Zhao Ming and Zhang Yun are experts in the water. They are blessed by the heavens to be able to hold out for the time it takes for a joss stick to burn, 10 minutes. No one in the army can compare to them. Even if it's an internal energy expert, they wouldn't be able to hold out for so long. Pei Ziyun is a demon, I can't say for sure. But the people following him definitely won't be able to hold their breath for long. If they can get out, then Zhao Ming and Zhang Yun can do it as well." Gaigua looked around and didn't say a word. She just stood there in a daze. At that moment, the entire place was silent. Only the sound of breathing and the sound of armor could be heard. Gulu gulu gulu. After a long time, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Following that, a head popped up. Everyone could see it clearly. It was Zhao Ming. He had just popped up and was panting heavily. Seeing Zhao Ming pop up, the lieutenant leaned forward and asked, "How was it? Did you find out where it leads to?" Huff huff. Zhao Ming panted heavily before replying, "Your Excellency, it's all water down there. It's like a maze. We've dived for so long that we're almost out of breath. We haven't even found the bottom. We don't know how deep it is. I couldn't hold my breath and came back. Zhang Yun still wants to dive deeper." "Bastard, bastard." The lieutenant waited for some time before cursing out loud. His flushed face turned ashen. Even if a person could hold their breath, there was still time. He was certain that they were dead, but he wasn't willing to give up. After some time, a floating corpse appeared. Zhao Ming rushed over to take a look. It was Zhang Yun. "What do we do now?" The lieutenant tugged on his long hair and pulled out a few strands. He then kicked the wall of the cave and panted for some time before ordering, "Immediately report to the general and eunuch." Underground water tunnel. The tunnel was so long that one couldn't see the bottom. If it weren't for the luminous pearl in their hands, and if it weren't for the rope holding on to everyone, Shenzhen would have suspected that he and everyone else would be lost in the tunnel due to fear. Gulu gulu. Shenzhen felt a burning sensation in his lungs. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, the feeling of suffocation became even stronger. His hands and feet started struggling uncontrollably. Don't panic. Shenzhen remembered what Pei Ziyun had said before. He had to be careful not to panic. If he panicked and struggled, the air in his lungs would be depleted, and he would die. There was only a small amount of air left in the bladder. Shenzhen opened his mouth on the bladder and took a deep breath. A bit of fresh air flowed in. Just as he was about to take another breath, he realized that the fresh air in the balloon was gone. Oh! Shenzhen wasn't paying attention, and a bubble of air escaped from his mouth. Shenzhen couldn't help but panic, and a sense of fear welled up within him. Gulu! One of the men behind him couldn't hold it in any longer. His lungs felt like they were about to explode. He opened his mouth and spat out all the air in his lungs. He then started struggling again. Don't move, don't be afraid. The more you struggle, the faster you will die. It's too late. Just hold on a little longer. A voice rang out in everyone's heart. This voice pierced right into their hearts, dispelling all the fear, and panic. The men of Jianghu regained their senses and shut their mouths, trying their best to swim forward. Everyone endured, their faces flushed red, and their veins popped out. They couldn't hold on any longer. We're here. The voice rang out in everyone's heart. The man in front dashed forward, his entire body rising above the surface of the water. Plop! In a pond, the water was calm. All of a sudden, a head broke through the surface. Following that, 1, 2. Everyone broke through the surface of the water. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. Everyone was taking deep breath. As the fresh air entered their lungs, the burning sensation in their lungs gradually dissipated. They couldn't tell if it was water or tears. It was good to be alive. Pei Ziyun was the first to recover. He leapt up and landed on the shore. He then grabbed onto a tree branch and flipped himself up to a high vantage point, looking around. Only then did he realize that he wasn't too far away from the mountain. A little further away was the army camp. He could still see bonfires burning and soldiers patrolling the area. However, he had already escaped from the encirclement. Shenzhen climbed out of the pond. A gust of wind blew past him, and he shivered. He felt goosebumps all over his body. The water is a little cold. A martial artist climbed out of the pond and mumbled to himself, "We've already crossed the waterway, what's there to be afraid of? Brother Pei, what do we do now?" Shenzhen asked. Pei Ziyun leapt down, water splashing all over his body. He looked at the army camp and the mountain, and shouted in his heart, "System!" A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes, as it grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, carrying with it a faint sense of light. Side mission: kill 10 visitors from another plane and absorb their information. Completion, 8/10. Pei Ziyun looked at it, 8/10. His face was expressionless as he pondered for some time. Without hesitation, he said, "Of course we're going back." He had already tested the strength of an Earth immortal, and was at his limit. He couldn't even evaporate the water from his clothes. If he were to continue playing, he would be playing himself to death. "We've already killed 7 generals and 1,000 soldiers. We've earned enough merit," Pei Ziyun said as he led his men away. "Once I get back, I'll send out a report. You've all earned merits, even if my brothers have died." When Shenzhen heard this, he nodded his head and heaved a sigh of relief. The rest of them revealed looks of relief as well. Pei Ziyun didn't think much of it. This was human nature. Chapter 392. In the 10th month, everyone slowly walked on the uneven mountain path. The mountain path was quiet, and the sound of footsteps was clear. Looking at this, Shenzhen suddenly felt a sense of distance and unfamiliarity, as though it was a lifetime ago. Thinking back to that day when he led 17 riders over, he was in high spirit. But now, he only felt a deep sense of fear. Thinking about how many of his brothers would never be able to drink and laugh again, Shenzhen couldn't help but tear up. He hurriedly wiped away his tears and asked, "Just now when we were underwater, how did you make a sound? If not for you, Brother Pei, I would have died." "It's the secret sound transmission. The depths of the water are the most terrifying. As soon as I transmitted my voice, the fear disappeared." "Oh, so that's what it is. I have heard that those who have reached the pinnacle of internal martial arts would be able to use the secret sound transmission technique. However, I have never heard of it before. Now I have seen it for myself." Shenzhen understood. Pei Ziyun laughed. How was this some sort of telepathy? This was a skill that he had comprehended when he became a level 2 Earth immortal. He was able to communicate telepathically within a distance of 3 feet, and was even able to influence the mind of others to a certain extent. However, the effect was greatly reduced for people with strong mental fortitude. It was just right for those who were sealed, gloomy, and filled with despair. "We'll leave immediately." Pei Ziyun looked up at the sky, then looked at the mountains and the army camp as he spoke. When the group of people heard him, they hurriedly acknowledged his words and climbed up the mountain. They then sped away. Chiyuan Temple boom. There was a clap of thunder and a heavy downpour. At this moment there was a knock on the door. A Taoist official came to investigate. He opened the door bolt and swept the area outside before closing the door. "The true sovereign has arrived," the Taoist official said as he invited Pei Ziyun in. Not long ago, he had used the talisman to communicate with them. Everything was prepared. This was a Taoist temple controlled by the imperial court. There were Taoist officials stationed here. Following the Taoist's words, 7 or 8 Taoists rushed out of the temple and bowed together. "Forget it, get up." After bowing, Pei Ziyun waved his hands and said, "True sovereign, please take a shower and change your clothes. Everything is ready." As the Taoist spoke, he gestured with his hand, "Please, please, please come in." As he led the group into the main hall, he saw 2 Taoists busily preparing the dishes for the banquet. There were 10 other rooms, all lit up. They invited Pei Ziyun in and saw a huge bucket filled with hot water. "True monarch, the hot water is ready." There were also high-grade Taoist robes lying around. Pei Ziyun smiled as he walked in. He washed up and changed into a new set of robes. When he walked out of the main hall, he saw that the banquet had already been served. Pei Ziyun, Shenzhen and the other 6 martial artists were seated at the banquet table. A Taoist was serving them wine and explaining, "This Taoist has not treated you well, I hope everyone will forgive me. However, this is a special ginseng wine made by our monastery. It can replenish one's vitality." Pei Ziyun took a look and noticed that the ginseng wine was golden yellow and emanated a fragrant aroma. In the middle of the table, there was a plate of roasted pork chop. The skin of the pork had been roasted until it was golden brown, and was dripping with oil. Other than that, there were 7 to 8 other dishes as well. He smiled. "Brother Shun, everyone, since you've traveled 1,000 miles to help me, let me offer you a toast." Pei Ziyun filled the cup and gulped it down in one gulp. The Jianghu cultivators did not reject his offer as they picked up their cups and gulped it down as well. After 3 cups of wine, the 8 of them were getting more and more friendly. Pei Ziyun laughed. "I've already counted the number of enemies you've killed in this battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he retrieved a booklet from his robes and placed it on the table before pushing it towards Shenzhen. Looking at the booklet, Shenzhen's face lit up with joy. One of the Jianghu cultivators was eating a piece of meat when he stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a piece of meat. He was stunned as he stared at the booklet. This booklet was a record of the battles that had taken place throughout the entire battle. Thinking about this, the few of them fell silent, and some of their eyes turned red. Shenzhen received the booklet and placed it in his hands. He felt the weight of the booklet. This was something that his brothers had risked their lives to obtain. His eyes turned red, and he did not speak. If it weren't for our fallen brothers, we wouldn't be standing here today. Let us offer a toast to them. Shenzhen raised the cup in his hands and poured the wine onto the ground. The Jianghu cultivators all raised their cups, to our brothers. After some time, Shenzhen wiped the tears from his eyes and said to Pei Ziyun, "Brother Pei, I've let you witness something embarrassing. I thought of my brothers and couldn't help myself." Shenzhen's voice was hoarse as he drank another cup of wine. He then picked up the booklet and looked at it. It was a detailed account of the entire battle. He had killed 56 people, and had beheaded his brothers. Phew! Shenzhen let out a long sigh and passed the booklet to his brothers, so that they could read it. Pei Ziyun then said, "You and I are brothers, and I'll be frank. The rewards from the imperial court are very troublesome. If you don't want them, they might think that you're evil. If you want them, they might hate you. But overall, it's better to accept them. It's better to do it openly. Even if you want them, there's still a choice." As Pei Ziyun said this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He swept his gaze across Shenzhen and the other 6 martial artists, only to see that they were all listening intently to his speech. "If you want to become an official, you'll have to transfer into the army. Your rank will be lower. Based on your achievements in battle, you can be promoted to a captain or vice-captain. However, you're all Jianghu cultivators, and your status is a little sensitive. I'm afraid the imperial court may not allow it. If you're a loose martial artist without any official duties, it'll be easier. You'll be able to be promoted to a 9th rank or 9th rank. It's all up to you now. As for our brothers who died in battle, they will be compensated, so that their souls in heaven will be comforted." When Shenzhen heard this, he laughed bitterly and sighed, "The rules in the army are very strict. I can't be a rogue-ranked cultivator. That way I'll be free and unfettered, and won't have to worry about dirty things. I'll follow Big Brother's lead and choose to be a rogue-ranked cultivator." The remaining 3 chose to be a rogue-ranked cultivator. At this point, 2 of them hesitated before raising their heads and said, "True Sovereign, I wish to join the army, and have a bright future ahead of me." Pei Ziyun laughed, "That's fine. My brother has the heart to improve himself. Why not?" As he finished speaking, he took out a brush and filled out the booklet. He then called for an official, send the booklet through the official channels. The news can be sent directly to the capital city. The official received the booklet and acknowledged, "Yes, true sovereign." Temporary King Lu's mansion. Although King Lu wasn't a lavish and extravagant person, he still managed to renovate and expand the place. A hall was built for him to meet with his officials. Along with the fact that there were soldiers standing guard with swords in their hands, the entire place looked solemn and dignified. Eunuch Liao was in a sorry state and was drenched in sweat. He rushed to the front of the hall and saw an eunuch. When he saw Eunuch Liao, he said, "King Lu was just about to call you in. He's been in the hall for an hour now." Eunuch Liao nodded his head and hurried in. He nodded to the guard at the door and reported his name. He paused for a moment before hearing King Lu's voice, "Come in." When Eunuch Liao entered the hall, he felt that the atmosphere was strange. King Lu's eyes were dark and gloomy, and Eunuch Liao didn't dare to look at him for too long. "Get up. You've traveled through the night for 300 kilometers. It must have been hard on you." King Lu spoke plainly. Eunuch Liao didn't get up as he kowtowed profusely. "This servant didn't do his job well and is guilty. Please punish me, King Lu." "Forget it. I've heard the details of what happened to you. You've been careful with your every step. It's just that I didn't expect an Earth immortal to be so powerful. Since you've done your job well, you should be punished. I shall strip you of your position as a transport envoy. Serve me well in the future." King Lu spoke. Eunuch Liao heaved a sigh of relief before replying, "Thank you, King Lu." He then stood up and carefully stood down. The hall regained its silence once more. After some time, King Lu sighed and said, "When true sovereign Xie was alive, I fell for his schemes time and time again. For me to be where I am today, it's all thanks to him. I've already ordered a sacrifice. I wanted to kill Pei Ziyun and use his head as a sacrifice." King Lu then lowered his voice. "I didn't expect this to be the result. Earth Immortal, someone from the Immortals' records. I had my suspicions about him, but I didn't want to see him for myself." Everyone lowered their heads and didn't speak. King Lu swept a glance across the room before he heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's not talk about this. Initially, we defeated Count Zhongqin, and our army's morale was boosted. Pei Ziyun tried to assassinate us several times, and I suspect that the imperial court was trying to buy time to adjust to the situation. What should we do now?" A civil official stood up and said, "King Lu, it's not just the imperial court that needs to buy time. We need to buy time as well. Our army has only gained control of the 2 prefectures for 2 or 3 months. We haven't even finished clearing out the prefectures yet. Many of the prefectures are still under the watch of the old officials. Furthermore, we have to pay for our troop." "That's not true." Another official spoke out, "I don't understand all these things. But there's one thing I do understand. Although our army has gained control of the 2 prefectures, to the imperial court, it's just a small part of the world. If we drag this out, the imperial court will send in their armies from the south, and it will be extremely difficult to deal with them." This official's face was flushed red as he spoke out loud. King Lu listened to this and didn't speak. He felt a little discouraged. Originally, when Xie Qingdong was around, all sorts of problems could be solved with a single word. But now, they were arguing over and over again. Thinking about this, King Lu squinted his eyes and looked out at the setting sun. He didn't speak for a long time. At this point, a voice rang out, "Your humble subject has something to say." "Li Cheng? Do you have the right to speak here?" someone shouted out. King Lu snapped out of his daze and waved his hands. "Speak your mind." "Yes," the blind Taoist replied as his eyes flashed. "Just now, Your Excellency Su said that we need time to govern the new prefectures. General Zhang also said that we can't give the imperial court time to make arrangements. Both of these have their reasons. However, this humble subject thinks that what King Lu said is more important. It's like rolling a snowball. Once the snowball stops rolling, the snowball won't be far from collapsing. According to your humble subject's opinion, these 2 things can be done at the same time. We can use war to gain stability and time to govern." The official surnamed Su laughed out coldly. "Once the army moves, the rations will be piled up like mountains. We will have no choice but to scavenge for food from the commoners. We will even have to recruit new soldiers to support the army. The fields will be barren and barren. How can we govern then?" "Your Excellency Su, in the art of war, the most important thing is timing and sharpness. If Count Zhongqin were here, although our blades are sharp, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Now that Count Zhongqin has been defeated, he is surrounded by wooden barrels instead of metal barrels. Your Majesty, the quality of the soldiers is more important than the quantity. If we gather the best generals in our army, under your command, we will be able to conquer the city like a hot knife through butter. This will buy us more time, and we won't have to waste much of our rations. Besides, our army has many new soldiers. Instead of having 10 times the number of soldiers, we will have to waste our rations and gain little benefit. Why don't we train them more? This is killing many birds with one stone." The blind Taoist spoke clearly and didn't back down. When King Lu heard this, he fell silent. All of a sudden, he turned around and spoke to someone. "How's the situation around here?" "Your Majesty, ever since Your Majesty defeated Count Zhongqin, as well as your righteous cause, the citizens of Chun Prefecture have been in a state of panic. Many officials have been contacting each other privately, hoping that Your Majesty can take over Chun Prefecture as soon as possible. One of them was in charge of stirring up trouble, and was very effective. He then reported this to King Lu. Good, I've made up my mind. Immediately mobilize the elite troops, and I will personally lead them to attack Chun Prefecture. All of you will be in charge of the administration, or in charge of training the troops. Do not slack off. Yes. Everyone acknowledged. Chapter 393. Imperial Palace. Along the corridors, eunuchs and palace maids stood guard in front of every door. Occasionally, there would be attendants walking by as well. They were all wearing soft shoes and their footsteps were light. This was to prevent them from startling the emperor. 8 eunuchs stood in front of the door with their hands by their side. In front of the screen, there were also eunuchs who bowed in front of it. Recently, the emperor was getting weaker and weaker. The crown prince had been serving the emperor in a small hall beside the palace. The crown prince's eyes were starting to turn green. This was a sign that he was tired from accompanying the emperor and reading memorials. Beside the throne, a red-robed eunuch stood respectfully, serving the emperor. At this point, a young eunuch rushed in and stood beside the red-robed eunuch. He then whispered, "Eunuch Huang, there's news from the Taoist Records Department. Supervisor Feng is waiting outside." "Oh, Feng Min is here." The red-robed eunuch Huang muttered to himself. His face was gloomy. "Follow me out." Outside the palace, Feng Min was waiting for eunuch Huang. When he saw eunuch Huang walk out, he hurriedly greeted him and handed him a report. "Eunuch Huang, we've received news that Pei Ziyun managed to escape from King Lu's army of 10,000 men. He even ordered someone to deliver this report to you." The red-robed eunuch took the report and looked at it. His face was expressionless as he spoke calmly. "News of true sovereign Pei's return, I will report it to the emperor." "But why do you think true sovereign Pei wrote this report? What's the reason behind it?" "Eunuch, true sovereign Pei is a Taoist. The imperial court has already given him the highest rank of nobility. Besides, true sovereign Pei has done many meritorious deeds in the past, yet he didn't mention anything about it." Feng Min thought for some time before speaking. This report, to most people, would be worth mentioning. He killed a UG general and hundreds of soldiers. To true Lord Pei, it doesn't mean much. We've investigated the people of Jianghu whom you've conferred titles on. They're friends, but not too deep. True Lord Pei once saved Shenzhen and his sister. Feng Min spoke in a fair and objective manner. Besides, this report is only for the sake of these people. These people are all martial artists and are of low birth. Even if they had meritorious deeds, they would only be of the 9th rank. Why would true sovereign Pei mobilize so many people just for this? Subordinate, take a look. Or perhaps a demonstration of force. These words struck a chord in the red-robed eunuch's heart. The red-robed eunuch gritted his teeth and couldn't help but nod. Yes, this is a demonstration. To be able to take the head of a general amidst thousands of soldiers, and to be able to escape unscathed despite being surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers, this is a naked demonstration against the imperial court, a provocation. As he spoke, his voice became shrill. When Feng Min heard this, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. The imperial court, or at least this red-robed eunuch, was suspicious of Pei Ziyun to such an extent. If you render meritorious service, you will be demonstrating your strength to the imperial court. If you don't render meritorious service, you will be filled with resentment towards the imperial court. The imperial court often said that talent could be obtained through experience. If the word heart was spoiled, then there would be no cure. Actually, from another perspective, if the imperial court became suspicious of a certain family or organization, then there would be no cure. No matter how hard you worked, the imperial court would only grit their teeth and hate you even more. However, considering Feng Min's position and status, He didn't dare to speak any further. At this point, a young eunuch walked over and spoke. The red-robed eunuch nodded his head. There is no need to trouble the emperor with such a small reward. I shall report this to the crown prince. Your records department has suffered heavy losses. The emperor and the crown prince will reward you accordingly. You will not be spared. Feng Min was moved to tears. Thank you for the imperial court, thank you, eunuch. The red-robed eunuch ignored him and walked into the side hall. The crown prince saw this and waved his hands, ordering the officials who came to report to him to leave. He then laughed. What's the matter? The red-robed eunuch looked at the crown prince's tired face. His handsome face was pale and his eyes were dark. He held a pen in his hand and sighed. The emperor is feeling uneasy. The crown prince has been taking care of him for so many days. It must have been hard on him. In his heart, he knew that even though he was taking care of the emperor, it was also because the crown prince had met with a mishap at the last moment. Naturally, he couldn't say this out loud. The crown prince looked at it and coughed lightly. He then thought for some time before writing, Shenzhen shall be promoted to a 9th-ranked official. The other 5 shall be promoted to a 9th-ranked official. The deceased shall be compensated with 100 taels of silver. As the crown prince finished speaking, he thought for some time before adding, hand them over to the local officials. After he finished, he asked, what do you think? The red-robed eunuch took a look and placed it in his sleeve. He then bowed and said, the crown prince is benevolent, this servant is convinced. Oh! When the crown prince heard the red-robed eunuch praising the emperor, he smiled and thought for a moment, you seem to have something else to say? Just as he was about to continue, an eunuch walked in. The emperor is awake. The both of them couldn't be bothered with this small matter anymore as they stood up and entered the hall. When they saw the emperor, they were shocked. The emperor's cheekbones were protruding, and his eyes were bloodshot. He opened his eyes. Pei Ziyun isn't dead, is he? The crown prince and the red-robed eunuch were startled as they replied, yes. Seeing the crown prince and the red-robed eunuch looking at each other, the emperor leaned back on his pillow and smiled. I just had a dream. I dreamt of the diligent emperor. The diligent emperor held my hand and said, I've turned my family into an empire, and became the emperor. You've done well. These words sounded normal, but the crown prince and the red-robed eunuch felt their heads swell. The crown prince started tearing up. Father, your body is priceless. With the blessings of the heavens and earth, you will definitely get better. The red-robed eunuch started tearing up as well. This world really had deities and Tao arts. Since that's the case, they could still maintain some form of order, and the laws were even stricter. If not, the great ancestor was wise and powerful, and didn't even need to possess a body. All he had to do was to instruct them, and they would be able to suppress any uprisings or dragons. Hence, a commoner might be able to communicate with a deity, but it was even more difficult for an official to do so. In the end, the smaller the fate energy involved, the easier it was to communicate. The more fate energy involved, the harder it was to communicate. The emperor was a person who was connected to billions of people, and was unable to communicate with his ancestors. Now that he was connected to the netherworld, it meant that he was nearing the end of his lifespan. Don't act like a girl. Life and death are common. I wish to make arrangements while my heart is clear. The emperor looked at the crown prince and said, since Pei Ziyun is back, send him to the capital to see me. Yes, your majesty. The red-robed eunuch wiped his tears and nodded his head. Chi Abyss Monastery, study the sunlight shone through the window. Renwei saw Pei Ziyun writing a letter to his family. His hands were as smooth as flowing water. After a few moments, he finished writing and blew on the ink. He then instructed, send the letter home. Yes, your majesty. Renwei acknowledged. Pei Ziyun placed his brush down and was about to speak when someone knocked on the door. True sovereign, the report has been sent. Bring it here quickly. Pei Ziyun was energized as he instructed. call Brother Shun and the rest over. The door opened and a Taoist official handed him a piece of paper. Pei Ziyun looked at it and turned around to face Shenzhen and the other martial artists. You've all been given official titles. You're of the 9th rank and lower 9th rank. However, you're not allowed to join the army. As he finished, he handed the paper over. This was actually an unofficial record. There were only names and ranks. Shenzhen took a look and saw that the first one was himself. It was clearly written that he was a primary 9th rank martial cultivation commandant. The other 5 were secondary 9th rank martial assistant commandant. After looking, he passed the document to the next Jianghu visitor. After one round, the 2 Jianghu visitors who originally wanted to join the army were immediately dissatisfied. One of them spoke out in an aggrieved tone, "Damn it, why is the emperor so petty? I wanted to join the army but he refused." When Ren Wei, who was considered a scholar, heard this, he laughed out and clasped his hands in salute. "Brave warrior, the treatment of the dynasty isn't bad. You're all born in the martial world, and are no longer the same as when the dynasty was founded. You've even been rewarded with official titles. Even if you die in battle, you'll be rewarded with silver. This is already a huge favor from the emperor." In other dynasties, such as the Great Yu dynasty, there were similar situations. The leader of the Climbing Dragon sect led 300 highly skilled martial artists and formed an army to fight against the pirate. When he returned from the battle, the local general held a banquet. During the banquet, he threw a cup of wine as a signal for the soldiers to kill all of them. That's not all. With the governor leading the way, the governor and the general working together, they defeated the Climbing Dragon sect in one fell swoop. Recorded in the annals of the county, they killed 500 bandits for the sake of the people. This was a lesson learned, and was even praised by the scholars. When the martial artist heard this, his body trembled as he retracted his head like a tortoise. He then touched his neck and realized that his head was still there. He then said, "Damn it, luckily we're not in the Great Yu dynasty." Ha ha! Everyone burst out laughing. After everyone had finished laughing, their hearts sank. Pei Ziyun sighed to himself. Although in this world there were martial arts and Tao arts, and it was difficult for the underworld to wipe them out, it was still alright for the sects to do some illegal business. They even organized themselves to fight against the pirate. If they could fight against the pirates, why couldn't they rebel? To the imperial court, killing them all was a matter of course. Hence, one had to read books and read them thoroughly. Only then would one understand the bloody lessons of history. After Pei Ziyun was done sighing, he took the banknote from Ren Wei and passed it to Shenzhen. "This is the money I'm giving to Brother Shun and the rest of you, as well as our brothers who died in battle. I'll have to trouble everyone to distribute this sum of money." Seeing that Shenzhen was about to decline, Pei Ziyun kept his smile and said, "You guys were originally hiding in the martial world, fighting and killing to collect protection fees. You were the targets of the imperial court. It's just a matter of whether or not the imperial court had their eyes on you. The history of the martial world is much longer than that of my Tao sect. After all, to develop Tao arts, there are many more requirements. But have you seen any martial arts families in the martial world that could last for so long? I've read the records of the county. Lian Yun Camp, Little Blue Lake, Spirit Spear Sect, Peace Sect, Thousand Leaves Villa, etc. Which one of them isn't a powerful sect? Even the 4 young masters of the martial world were all extremely talented. In the end, their sects only lasted for 3 generations, and their experts were only famous for 10 years. It's already difficult to survive in the martial world. It's even more different if you follow me. All of you will have my mark on you. When that time comes, the imperial court will be more strict and take note of you. I'm very grateful that you've helped me. But what I've brought to you is not good fortune. Take this money, buy some land, and wash your hands of the martial world. For at least 10 years, don't participate in the affairs of the martial world. You might be able to enjoy the rest of your life, and no one will interfere. If you're not careful, and someone catches hold of your weakness, you'll be in big trouble. Not only will you be beheaded, your entire family will be implicated. Take it. This is the largest banknote worth 100 taels of silver. Redeem it on sight. Use it to buy land for your brothers. Add to that the imperial court's pension and your official position. Consider it a good karma. After we part ways today, everyone hopes that our brothers will meet again. I only hope that we won't meet again, and that we can forget about each other in the martial world. These words were filled with emotions, and had an ominous tone to them. Shenzhen's body trembled, and he sighed as he received the thick stack of banknotes. The entire room quietened down. Pei Ziyun suddenly raised his voice and recited, "The winds and clouds of the world originate from my generation. Once I enter the martial world, time flies. Imperial hegemony, amidst laughter, it's a drunken life. Carrying a sword and riding a horse, the ghost rain falls. White bones fly like a startled bird. Worldly affairs flow like a tide, and people flow like water. How many people return to the martial world?" Comparing this poem to Pei Ziyun's previous works, it was like comparing heaven and earth. But at this moment, Shenzhen felt a sense of heroism, passion, and desolation. At that moment, he suddenly thought of his 11 brothers. It was as if their faces and voices were still fresh in his mind. Chapter 394. Lu Shao County King Lu was resolute and decisive, as he immediately gathered his elite troops to launch an attack. The army marched forward, with both foot soldiers and horse riders moving in unison. Their formation was neat and tidy as they advanced. Along the way, several counties surrendered without a fight, all the way to the plains of Lu Shao County, where they set up their formation. Lu Shao County was the gateway to Qin Prefecture. Once they conquered it, they would be able to reach the capital without any obstructions. Hence, the enemy troops gathered their elites in Qin Prefecture. On the plains, the sound of cannons rang out continuously, causing the ground to tremble. Both armies stood in formation, emitting an intimidating aura. The soldiers stood quietly, without a trace of commotion. In front of the stage, there were many generals, all dressed in bright armor. King Lu sat upright and looked around. He then nodded his head and stood up. "Soldiers, this king shall obey the will of the heavens." King Lu's voice boomed out. The blind Taoist, who was dressed in an 8th-ranked official robes, lifted his head and looked around. To the blind Taoist, the demonic qi emanating from the army was thick. All the demonic beings had possessed their bodies. This was a true demon army. He nodded his head in satisfaction and spoke to the scholar. "My entire race has gathered, the demon army has succeeded." When the scholar heard the blind Taoist's words, he spoke out softly, "My race is divided into millions. Although the upper echelons are still humans, most of the hundreds and thousands of soldiers are possessed by my race. It's just that they don't know about it. They're waiting for us to corrode the imperial qi and catalyze it. As for the ordinary soldiers, as long as they recognize the demon general as their superior, they might be able to transform into demon soldiers. This depends on our strength. It's just that out of the 36 primordial spirits, only you and I are awake. The rest have yet to awaken, or have yet to report. That's normal." The blind Taoist laughed. "The demon king is actually a combination of millions of demons. The 36 primordial spirits have the right to fight for the throne. Hence, they might not submit to me. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are king. This is the law of the demon race. It's not surprising that they have such thoughts. It's just that I've already gained the upper hand. In this world, I am still the demon king." As he spoke, he suddenly felt something and raised his head. Boom! Just as the army was gathering, the clouds in the sky were as dark as ink, and there seemed to be thunder about to fall. Suddenly, a dragon's roar rang out in the void, and the thunder that was about to explode disappeared. The blind Taoist's expression changed slightly. Seeing that the thunderbolts had disappeared, he laughed. Luckily, Emperor Lu's imperial qi covered it up. If not, we would have been struck by the heavenly punishment. Of course. Draconic qi is one of the foundations of this world, and our demonic qi is the best at concealing it. At this point, as soon as King Lu's words were spoken, the entire army shouted out, "Long live!" The scholar then frowned. Speaking of concealment, recently Pei Ziyun has been killing King Lu's generals. But why did he only kill people of my race? 2 of them even had primordial spirits that had yet to awaken. Although most of the generals that rose to power were from my race, there were humans as well. Even we can't tell which demon race it was. And yet he killed every single one of them. That's rare. As he said this, the scholar's eyes flashed with seriousness. Did this person discover something? More importantly, if we kill him, where would the mark of our clansmen go? Although he would fall into the cycle of this world, it wouldn't mean that he wouldn't be able to sense it at all. This person's rise to power was already a legend. With so many counterattacks, it could be that. The blind Taoist looked at the army. When he heard the scholar's words, he retracted his gaze. His expression was solemn as he pondered for some time. This is indeed a problem. Why don't I test it out? There are thousands of fragments of my race. Although most of them are under King Lu's control, there are still many that are scattered all over the world. I shall use my divine abilities to influence the 2 clansmen to get closer to me. One of them will meet me, while the other will monitor from afar. If he dies, and the mark can't be detected, then Pei Ziyun could be the son of destiny. After all, there are thousands of fragments of my race. Even if 1 or 2 of them were to die, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. The scholar nodded his head. The world was like the human body. Whenever evil qi invaded, there would be true qi to counter it. This was a common occurrence in the world. Or rather, it was something that was bound to happen. Move out. At this point, King Lu gave the order and the entire army moved out. The opposing army started beating their drums as they marched out. By the will of the heavens, we shall bring peace to the country. By the will of the heavens, we shall annihilate the rebels. Both sides were shouting out their battle cries. Even before they got close to each other, their killing intent had already surged out. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of drums reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. 300 steps, 200 steps, 100 steps. Kill. The 2 groups of soldiers charged forward and clashed against each other. The blind Taoist laughed out. When the 2 armies clash, it's time for us demons to show our might. Let's make our move. Let's wipe out this army and take over Chun Prefecture. King Lu's imperial qi will be able to cover up our demonic qi. This is the plan to cross the sea while deceiving the heavens. As he spoke, he waved his hands. The officer who was fighting in front of him shouted out as his eyes turned bloodshot. Above his head, an image of a beast appeared. That wasn't all. The soldiers behind him shouted out as well, as though they were one. Hundreds of them turned into long spears and charged forward. Those who block me shall die. Wherever they charged, the spears would strike. In an instant, tens of enemies were killed. Hee, my demon race is unrivaled. Prefecture capital. The pier was located on the riverbank. The governor looked at the boats moving slowly and didn't speak. There were many officials behind him. All of them had anxious looks on their faces. These few days, the autumn weather was getting more and more austere. Leaves could no longer be seen on the trees, and the mountains in the distance seemed endless. The eunuch was like a monkey. Why isn't true sovereign Pei here yet? The imperial court has sent so many urgent orders, it's driving me crazy. As the eunuch spoke, he was on the verge of tears as he paced around in circles. Governor, look at the eunuchs in the palace. They're a disgrace to the officials. The counselor looked at the eunuch and laughed. The governor sat down and sipped his tea quietly. He suddenly felt his mouth dry up, and realized that he'd already drunk all the tea. He then turned around and spoke out, "It's no wonder. The emperor is pressing him, and it's said that true sovereign Pei isn't feeling well. Even on a boat, he can only travel 30 kilometers. The eunuchs are being pressed by the emperor, of course they're anxious." The governor found it difficult to say these words. However, it was common knowledge for scholars to attack Taoists. The counselor nodded his head and thought for a while before speaking. "It's said that true sovereign Pei isn't feeling well. I believe that. He killed 7 generals, traveled hundreds of kilometers, and beheaded thousands of people. How could he not be injured? It's just that as an official, to put it bluntly, we're all like animals in a halter. If the emperor doesn't order us to rest, we can't stop. No matter how difficult it is, we have to at least travel 50 miles a day, right?" As the counselor spoke, he looked up at the governor and smiled at him. The governor turned around and looked at the river before speaking out, "Your words are reasonable. It's a pity that some people don't think the same way. If they're forced." The governor shook his head and didn't say anything else. The counselor then sighed, "It can't be. True sovereign Pei isn't alone. He has to consider his family and sect. There are, but they live far away. They don't even have a son. They only have an old mother." The governor then spoke plainly. "There are, but those Taoists all have special abilities. As long as they run, they'll be in the middle of the sea. How can they chase after them? Let's not talk about this anymore. The ship is here. The ship is here, the ship is here." Indeed, the soldiers who were watching from afar shouted out in alarm when they saw the imperial envoy's ship. "Hurry, hurry, prepare to welcome the imperial envoy." The governor spoke out as the officials behind him started to get excited. They tidied up their appearances and prepared to welcome the imperial envoy. As the imperial envoy's ship neared the pier, the sky turned dark once again. The river water was dark and gloomy. However, the officials didn't care. Instead, they played music. The boatmen shouted out as the imperial envoy's ship docked. The anchor was lowered and a wooden bridge was built. Pei Ziyun disembarked as the governor led dozens of officials and bowed. "Your subjects respectfully greet the emperor." Greet the emperor. Actually, Pei Ziyun's title as a true sovereign was equivalent to that of a third-rank official. The governor's title was much higher than his. However, the imperial envoy represented the emperor. Pei Ziyun replied on behalf of the emperor before saying, "Everyone, please rise." Seeing that the officials had already bowed, the governor then said, "True sovereign Pei, you've had a long and arduous journey. I had intended for you to stay here for a few days, but the imperial court is in a state of emergency. Orders have been sent one after another. How would I dare to slack off? There's wine and water here. Would true sovereign Pei please come up here and have a drink? We can also invite a doctor to take a look at your body." Pei Ziyun didn't care about the hidden meaning behind his words. He smiled as he looked at everyone and said, "I appreciate the governor's kind intentions. However, the last time I fought with Xie Qingdong, I sustained a Taoist's injury. I'm afraid it would be difficult for ordinary doctors to treat it." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. The governor looked at Pei Ziyun speechlessly. He noticed that his face was rosy and his complexion was much better than an ordinary person's. Why would an earth immortal be afraid of bumps? This was simply shameless. However, everyone present was helpless against this table-flipping behavior. The eunuch had no choice but to stand up and say, "Yes, yes. Is true monarch feeling better?" The imperial court has sent out 14 official documents, urging true sovereign to enter the capital. This servant is one of them. This matter concerns my mission, and I have no choice but to rush it. Most of the officials present were of the 3rd or 4th rank. The lowest among them were of the 5th or 6th rank. This 8th-ranked eunuch didn't stand out at all. However, when he spoke, Pei Ziyun paused. Why does this eunuch have demonic chi on him? It's just that it's extremely weak. Compared to the generals I've killed, it doesn't even amount to half of them. I'm not sure if killing him counts as completing the mission. Let me see if there's anyone else around. Pei Ziyun looked around and realized that there was only a middle-aged man far away. He looked like a 9th-ranked patrolling officer and was in charge of maintaining order. He didn't even have the right to approach. He then thought to himself, what a coincidence. My mission has been completed August 10th. I was planning to do it again in the future. Who would have thought that there would be 2 of them? Even if it's a conspiracy, I've already eaten the bait. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he nodded his head and said, I wish to return as soon as possible. It's just that the boat will be bumpy and it won't be good for my recovery. As he spoke up to this point, a Taoist from Free Cloud sect stepped forward and whispered something into his ear. When Pei Ziyun heard this, his expression changed and he said, however, everyone is extremely anxious. You should hurry up. True Sovereign, please make haste. There's no time to lose. The governor and the eunuch were overjoyed as they hurriedly replied. No matter what the reason was, as long as Pei Ziyun was on his way, they wouldn't be responsible for it. And you, since you're on a mission, follow me to the capital city. Pei Ziyun turned around and spoke to the eunuch. This was an invitation. The eunuch was secretly elated. He felt that Pei Ziyun wasn't as heartless as the rumors said. He then replied, I'll have to trouble True Sovereign then. As he spoke, he happily boarded the boat. Chapter 395. Please. The eunuch followed Pei Ziyun and boarded the ship. Pei Ziyun was secretly surprised. Although there's demonic chi, this eunuch doesn't seem to be afraid at all? If it's a trap, I'm an earth immortal, why would I be afraid? Or maybe the eunuch doesn't even know that I have demonic chi on me. That's why he's so calm. After all, he's just a eunuch, and doesn't have any enmity with me. Hence he's not afraid. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he came up with a plan. He then instructed, servants, prepare a banquet. Eunuch, you've come from afar, I have to treat you well. As soon as the order was given, someone started preparing the banquet. The eunuch followed behind, seemingly deep in thought. When he heard Pei Ziyun's words, he was taken aback and hurriedly declined, I'm just a mere servant, how would I dare to trouble True Sovereign to entertain me? You're sent by the imperial court, and represent the imperial court. How can I neglect you? Please. These words were very true. It was just that when Pei Ziyun spoke, he looked at the eunuch from head to toe. The eunuch didn't know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He forced a smile and said, Since True Sovereign has said so, this servant shall comply. The imperial envoy's ship had its own chefs and all sorts of ingredients. With a single order, the banquet was prepared. Pei Ziyun invited everyone inside. The lights were bright, and there were many servants serving them. Everyone drank to their heart's content, dreaming and singing. From time to time, Pei Ziyun would urge the eunuch to drink more. The eunuch was just an 8th-rank cultivator, how could he refuse? He could only drink cup after cup of wine before he started to feel dizzy. He didn't know when he got drunk, but he soon fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up in the middle of the night, the eunuch felt dizzy and uncomfortable. When the wind blew past him, he felt happy. He sat up and mumbled, This bed is really hard. No, it's not a bed. It's the deck. But why would I sleep on the deck? Looking around in surprise, the eunuch realized that he wasn't sleeping on the bed, but on the deck of the ship. Shocked, he thought, could it be that I'm drunk? I walked onto the deck, but there are servants waiting on me. Could it be that True Sovereign Pei's men are purposely trying to intimidate me? Thinking up to this point, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. His neck stiffened as he turned around. he saw a bright moon hanging high in the sky, its silver light cascading down onto the person in front of him. It was Pei Ziyun. Under the moonlight, he looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He wore a bamboo hat and a long robe with wide sleeves. "So it's you, true monarch." The eunuch hurriedly bowed. A gust of wind blew past, and he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt a chill run down his spine. Fear surged out and his body trembled slightly. Pei Ziyun felt the wind blow against his hair as he laughed. "There's nothing much to do at night, and the wind is naturally cooling. Let's chat for a while." The eunuch's body trembled and he forced a smile. "Yes, true monarch, please speak. What's your name? Where did he come from? How long have you been in the palace? Looking at your age, you should be in your 20s? The eunuch was being stared at by Pei Ziyun, and his entire body tensed up. He felt that something wasn't right and replied, "True monarch, this servant's name is Lu Fang. I'm 25 years old this year, and I'm from the capital city. My family was poor and so they sent me to the palace. It's been 8 years since then." This servant was one of the first batch of people to enter the palace. "My family background is clean, and I am literate. Eunuch Huang recognized me, and took me in as his adopted son. That's why I'm an 8th-ranked official." Lu Fang's body trembled slightly, but he continued to speak. When he spoke of Eunuch Huang, he glanced at Pei Ziyun. Eunuch Huang was the emperor's most powerful eunuch. Who didn't know of him? A sense of impending danger caused him to mention Eunuch Huang's name. However, he was disappointed to see that Pei Ziyun didn't seem moved at all. Pei Ziyun replied before calculating, "Your parents are still alive, and you have 3 younger brothers. Not bad, your family has quite a number of children, and can be considered to be prosperous." When Lu Fang heard this, he forced a smile. "This is the emperor's grace. Now that I've become an official, I can take care of my family. True sovereign, once you've finished your questions, I shall return. There's no hurry. Since you've delivered yourself to your doorstep, you have to eat it. What do you think?" Pei Ziyun examined her for some time before reaching out and patting Lu Fang's shoulder. Lu Fang's entire body went numb, and he couldn't move at all. Only then did he understand why he was feeling so uneasy. Lu Fang's face turned pale, and his eyes widened in fear. "True sovereign, what are you trying to do? Although I'm not an official imperial envoy, I'm still following orders. I'm an official of the imperial court, and have an official position. If anything were to happen to me, aren't you afraid of the imperial court's wrath?" As Lu Fang spoke, his entire body trembled. "Actually, I don't want to kill you. But who asked you not to be human? Besides, it's only a eunuch who died. Just say that he fell into the water. I'm an imperial envoy, and an earth immortal. These few years I've killed people like flies. I'm not afraid of adding you to the list. If the imperial court wants to punish me, it won't be because of this. If the imperial court doesn't want to punish me, it won't be because of this. Have a good journey. Go and serve the emperor." Pei Ziyun spoke as he pointed a finger at Lu Fang. Lu Fang stared at his finger, and his face was filled with fear. He wanted to scream, but his mouth had gone numb, and he couldn't make a single sound. Pei Ziyun then pointed his finger at his eyebrows. The eunuch gave a low groan and stopped breathing. He fell into the water, and a splashing sound could be heard. The corpse sank into the water, and a demonic shadow appeared. The plum blossom flashed on the surface of the water, and the demonic shadow disappeared. System. A plum blossom appeared in front of his eyes, and quickly grew bigger until it became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of him, and a string of words appeared before his eyes. Side mission. Kill 10 visitors from another plane and absorb their information. Completion, 9 out of 10. Pei Ziyun looked at the system and laughed. Who would have thought that a meat pie would fall from the sky? This counts as one of the missions. Looks like I'm really lucky. I've killed one, but remember there's another, Pei Zi-yun said as he leapt off the boat. He stepped on the water surface as though it was flat land and walked towards the shore. On the shore, small in the shop wasn't big, and there were only 4 tables, lit by oil lamp. By the time it was late at night, there weren't many customers left. There was only one official who hadn't left yet. The waiter and the owner of the inn were smiling. "Ai, Your Excellency, you've run out of wine, and you've run out of food. Do you want more?" Official who was a chief patrol officer, and was only a 9th-ranked official. However, he was in charge of law and order, and could be said to be in charge of the lives and deaths of the citizens. At this point, he could only nod his head, and his expression changed. Official who gave a low groan and closed his eyes. The mark on the eunuch had disappeared. His expression changed as he stood up. "Don't serve any more, I'll settle the bill." As he said this, he tossed a small piece of silver to the waiter and turned around to leave. However, as soon as he stepped out onto the street, he saw someone, and took a few steps back. "You?" Chief Patrol Officer's body stiffened, and his face was filled with fear. "No, impossible. How did you find me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly covered his mouth and smiled. This lowly official pays his respects to true sovereign. I wonder if true sovereign has any instructions for me in the middle of the night? Pei Zi-yun smiled as he looked at Chief Patrol Officer who, as though he was sizing up his prey. He then laughed. "Just sit at home, and treasures will fall from the heavens. I don't need to waste any effort at all." Ta! Ta! The sound of footsteps on the green stone floor echoed throughout the entire street. The surroundings were pitch black and looked extremely gloomy. Only a few houses in the distance had their lights lit up. The lights shone through the windows and shone a dim light. Sweat dripped down Chief Patrol Officer whose body like rain, drenching his hair and clothes. "True monarch, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to kill an official of the Imperial Court." Patrol Inspector who suddenly shouted loudly. Only, his voice was very loud, but after it traveled 1 zhang, his voice gradually disappeared. It did not cause any activity at all. "Don't shout, nobody will hear you." Pei Zi-yun laughed. "I didn't even say anything. How do you know that I'm going to kill an official of the Imperial Court? Indeed, you've confessed." As he said this, he walked towards Chief Patrol Officer Hu. Chief Patrol Officer Hu's face turned ashen. Seeing that Pei Zi-yun was getting closer and closer to him, he roared out in anger and pulled out his blade. "Still trying to resist?" Pei Zi-yun tapped his feet on the green stone floor and moved like the wind. In a blink of an eye, he crossed paths with the Chief Patrol Officer and landed a palm on his head. Chief Patrol Officer who groaned as his entire head caved in. Blood flowed out from all his orifices, and some of it was white. This was his brain matter. He fell to the ground as his entire body twitched. A faint shadow of a beast appeared on Chief Patrol Officer whose body as he turned around to escape. Looking at this shadow, Pei Zi-yun was speechless. Indeed, the plum blossom flashed, and the shadow let out a scream before disappearing. "How sad I had no choice." Pei Zi-yun sighed and didn't look at him any more as he turned around and left. At this point, the streets were already quiet. However, the rules were still in place. Along the streets and alleys, there was a night watchman carrying a lantern, banging on a gong and shouting, "It's the middle of the night, be careful of the candles." As he turned around, the lantern lit up something on the ground. The night watchman was shocked as he walked closer to take a look. It was a corpse, and his face turned pale as he shouted, "Not good, not good, someone's been killed." As he shouted, the people on both sides of the street were frightened as they lit up their lanterns. However, only those who were brave enough opened their doors to take a look. The rest of them only peeped through their doors. Pei Zi-yun didn't care about all this as he walked back to the boat. At this point, there was a commotion on the boat as well. A Free Cloud sect Taoist stepped forward and didn't question Pei Zi-yun's whereabouts. He bowed and said, "True sovereign, not good." Eunuch Lu was drunk, and accidentally fell into the water and drowned. At this point in the night, it was hard to see the color of the water. The waves slapped against the sides of the boat, causing the boat to sway slightly. Pei Ziyun looked at the man in admiration and said, "You're right. Eunuch Lu is too careless. He's drunk, how can he walk up to the deck by himself?" In the end, he fell into the water and drowned. What a pity! Eunuch Lu was an 8th-ranked martial artist, and I shall add this to my report. Pei Ziyun spoke plainly as he looked around. He noticed that the lights on the shore were getting brighter and brighter. There were people gathering around and there was a commotion. He wiped the blood from his nose and mouth. He had killed a 9th-ranked martial artist and an 8th-ranked martial artist, and yet he still suffered from the backlash. He had killed an official of the imperial court, and not a traitor of King Lu. His authority as an imperial envoy wouldn't help him. He then called out, "System." A translucent information interface appeared before his eyes. Side mission: kill 10 visitors from another plane and absorb their information. Completion: 10/10 inch. Chapter 396. Accept mission. Pei Ziyun did not hesitate to press the button when he returned to his room. Boom! His vision turned black. The cabin disappeared, the floor disappeared, and everything around him disappeared. All that was left was darkness. Beneath his feet was a deep abyss. He had already transformed into a primordial spirit and was emitting a golden glow. I've returned to the underworld? Thousands of meters below his feet, he could see a patch of grayish-black. Only a few sparks of light could be seen on the ground. He immediately recognized that this was the underworld. The sparks were made up of shrines, and temples. His primordial spirit seemed to be descending slowly, but in actual fact it was moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, he landed in a small space. Why does this feel so familiar? AI, isn't this the space where I first met the demons in the underworld? The last time he was ambushed, the plum blossom appeared and destroyed the enemy. He didn't expect the plum blossom to bring him here again. It was dark below, and there was a door in the space. The bronze ring on the beast's head was dim. Pei Ziyun pushed it and the door opened. It was empty inside, but not completely empty. There were 10 statues that looked like they were made of iron. They were all beasts, and all of them had expressions of pain on their faces. Pei Ziyun was shocked. Could there be a deeper meaning to this? He looked around him. It was still pitch black, but upon closer inspection there were changes. Spots of light appeared. Originally, there was only a door in the space. However, walls started to grow around it. They were very short, and looked like they could be leaped over with a single leap. Just as he was inspecting his surroundings, Pei Ziyun flew out. He passed through layers of obstacles, as though he had passed through a thick layer of darkness. He arrived at a certain location. It was gray and cloudy. As he stood on top of the black clouds, he could see the changes happening below. On the ground, 2 armies were facing off against each other. They were engaged in a fierce battle. Both armies were clashing against each other, making the battle seem even more brutal. One of them was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position and was about to lose the war. The Imperial Army and King Lu's army? And the Imperial Army has already lost. Pei Ziyun frowned. The plum blossom between his brows seemed to sense something. It lit up and floated in the air. It then swept across the area below. Boom! This triggered a reaction, and a light green flood dragon suddenly appeared. Its scales broke open, and a large wave of demonic chi rushed out. Then, the flood dragon disappeared, and the battle resumed. However, many of the soldiers fighting below seemed to have turned into demons. These demons had the head of a beast and the body of a human. They brandished their swords and started killing. Suddenly, The sky changed as dark clouds started to form. Lightning started to brew within the clouds. Following this, one of the demons looked up and met Pei Ziyun's gaze. Imperial envoy ship under the starlight, Pei Ziyun let out a groan and sat up abruptly. Who? Pei Ziyun was sweating profusely. He stood up and lit the candle. His sweat had soaked his hair and stuck to his forehead. Not only that, he wiped his nose with his hand. His nose was full of blood. Backlash, it's another backlash. Pei Ziyun leaned back on the bed as he thought back to what had just happened. King Lu's strength was not to be underestimated. No, there was still that person, the Demon Emperor. It was a pity that he couldn't see the person's face clearly. After thinking for some time, Pei Ziyun called out, "System." A plum blossom appeared before his eyes as it grew bigger and bigger. It then turned into a translucent information interface, which floated in front of him. 10/10 completed. Discovered that the opponent is an ancient demon race. Special. This world has discovered the presence of demons. Rejection has begun. Because of your contribution to the world, you have been rewarded with a personal space. This is the space of the demon race. The demons you kill will be able to absorb demonic chi and convert it into spiritual chi. Next mission: kill 20 demons and obtain the coordinates of the demon race's world. What? Pei Ziyun was shocked and overjoyed at the same time. This is a gift from the world, to be able to absorb demonic chi. To me, this is a huge source of nourishment. My cultivation progress will be faster. Even an earth immortal couldn't contain his excitement. Stretching out his hand, Pei Ziyun could feel a space around him. The space wasn't big, only about 10 meters wide. There was a wall around it, and it was absorbing the demonic chi of the 10 demons and converting it into spiritual chi. This could be considered a small paradise. Does this belong to me? Or does this space have other uses? Just as he was thinking about this, someone knocked on his door. Sect leader, we have an urgent report. A Taoist from Free Cloud sect hurried over to report. Just now, King Lu defeated 50,000 demons with 30,000. It was a huge victory. Chun Prefecture is now just an empty shell. This is the report. The Taoist from Free Cloud sect handed over a more detailed report. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hands and took a look. When he finished reading, he was deep in thought. Is that so? What I saw just now was the truth. No wonder. The strength of the demon race isn't something that ordinary humans can fight against. But what about the rejection that the system spoke of? Imperial Palace, sleeping quarters. The Emperor was still in a daze when he saw Ji Bei Ho walk in. He then said, "I am extremely tired. You sinful subject, why are you here? It's a rare opportunity for your subject to come." Ji Bei Ho didn't leave. He bowed and said, "This subject is guilty, but I have something to report. Your Majesty, do you still remember the matter of the previous dynasty killing the hidden dragon?" The Emperor was startled and asked, "What do you know? Why haven't you reported it to me?" Ji Bei Ho laughed. The hidden dragon was destined by the heavens. When it was killed, the imperial chi scattered and escaped. You managed to obtain a portion of it, which allowed you to conquer the world and become the emperor. It's just that it wasn't destined by the heavens. That's why there's a tribulation. Your lifespan is limited, and that's the proof. If it was destined by the heavens, you would only have to live for 20 years, and the true dragon would be unshakable. Only 11 years have passed. That's why there's a tribulation. The Emperor was enraged. He stood up and looked for his sword. He then shouted, "You traitor, how dare you spout nonsense and talk about the heavens?" He chased after Ji Bei Ho. After a few steps, Ji Bei Ho disappeared. All of a sudden, the scenery changed. In the blink of an eye, the sky was dark and filled with thick clouds. The Emperor looked around. Where am I? Looking down, the terrain seemed familiar. There were 2 armies. One was the imperial court, the other was King Lu. The emperor wasn't afraid as he chased after them. All of a sudden, there was nothing beneath his feet. With a loud thud, the emperor fell. The emperor gasped in shock as he looked around him. He realized that he hadn't fallen to the ground. Instead, he was standing 100 meters above the troops of the imperial court, looking down on them. Kill! With a loud roar, the army charged forward. Most of the soldiers had strange appearances. They had human bodies and beast heads. More than half of them were charging forward, but they didn't seem to be able to see these monsters. The only thing that could be seen was that these soldiers had strange marks on their bodies, such as scales. As for the imperial court's army, they didn't have any demons. Their killing intent soared to the heavens, and everyone was courageous. It was just that the moment the battle began, the demons had strange powers and were able to gain the upper hand. They pushed forward step by step, unafraid of death. Only when the demons led the beasts in a charge did the souls of the dead imperial court generals appear. The demons opened their mouths and devoured them. No. The emperor was shocked and furious. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could this be? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the scenery around him changed. The distance between him and the army changed. He saw King Lu standing on a tall platform. The moment he saw him, the emperor shuddered. He saw that the white bones on the platform were piled up like a mountain. Wolves, tigers, and leopards surrounded his son. Although his son looked the same as before, he had grown horns. That wasn't all. A three-faced giant stood behind King Lu. Every mouth was filled with fresh blood, and he was eating humans. As if he could sense something, the three-faced giant lifted his head and looked around with his 6 eyes. Who's spying on us? The three-faced giant roared out in anger. As he spoke, the image around him shattered. Boom! The sky darkened as the emperor reappeared above the imperial court's army. He saw that the imperial court's army was retreating step by step. Above King Lu's army, a thunderous boom could be heard, causing the ground to tremble. Thick clouds started to gather, and lightning flashed across the sky. It was as if it was accumulating power, and was about to strike down at King Lu. No, no, no! Seeing this, the emperor's expression contorted. No, that's impossible. Men, come. Men. Just as he shouted, he heard a voice. Your Majesty, you've fallen asleep. This servant and the imperial guards are here to serve you. The emperor opened his eyes and looked outside the window. The sun was setting in the west, and the entire hall was bright. The eunuchs were standing guard, and the imperial guards were protecting the emperor. The red-robed eunuch stood by his side. The emperor understood that he had been dreaming. Your Majesty, you've fallen asleep. The red-robed eunuch wiped away his tears. You're in pain and gave me a fright. This servant has already called for the imperial physician to take your pulse. The emperor paused for some time before he regained his senses. He then waved his hands. I've fallen asleep. But don't call for the imperial physician. This isn't something they can treat. Is the crown prince still around? The red-robed eunuch wiped the emperor's tears with a towel and spoke softly. The crown prince is still around. He's serving in the side hall. Do you want me to call for him? The emperor wanted to shout out, but he forced a smile and swallowed his words. He then looked out at the sky with a look of sorrow on his face. He didn't know when it started, but the sky had turned dark. Thick clouds started to swirl in the air like a haze. When the emperor saw this, he couldn't help but mumble, I've sinned against the heavens, I have nothing to pray for. These words were spoken softly, and even the red-robed eunuch couldn't hear them clearly. He then saw the emperor wave his hands. You don't have to call for the crown prince. How's the preparation going? Your Majesty, everything's ready. This is the imperial palace of the 6 dynasties. When it was first built, many experts were invited to take a look at it. There's no problem with the feng shui here. After the 6 dynasties renovation, the imperial qi in this place has been condensed. As long as Pei Zi-yun enters the palace, your majesty can issue an edict to seal him off. Even an earth immortal wouldn't be able to use his powers. As long as he doesn't have any powers, we can kill him even if we have to sacrifice hundreds of imperial guards. That way, we can get rid of this threat for your majesty. The red-robed eunuch lowered his eyes as he spoke. The emperor fell silent. He looked like he was happy, but not happy. After some time, he sighed. I felt that it doesn't matter if it's the crown prince or King Lu, they're both my sons. If the crown prince can defeat King Lu, he's naturally the emperor. If he can't and King Lu wins, does that mean he won't recognize me as the emperor? Does he not recognize me as the emperor? That's why I'll do as he wishes. If he wins, I'll give him a posthumous edict. Only you will know about this. The red-robed eunuch listened respectfully, not saying a word. This was something that had been planned for a long time. Who knew that as the emperor spoke up to this point, he suddenly felt dizzy, and his vision turned black. He then regained his composure. From this angle, Pei Zi-yun is a bigger threat. That's why I've decided to kill him. I don't want to. Man proposes, God disposes. The emperor sighed. Burn the edict to King Lu and cancel the plan to kill Pei Zi-yun. Your Majesty. The red-robed eunuch didn't seem to be moved at all. However, his expression changed as he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. This can't be changed overnight. This concerns the fate of the nation. The emperor waved his hands. This is fate. AI, go and execute it. Or are you going to defy the edict? How would this servant dare? The red-robed eunuch broke out in a cold sweat. In this world where Tao arts and deities existed, there were many ways to control one's emotions. He then kowtowed. This servant was shocked. Your Majesty, this servant shall execute the edict immediately. Chapter 397. Side hall. The Crown Prince was in the midst of reading some documents. The Emperor had fainted again yesterday, and was in a precarious state. Nobody knew how long the Emperor could hold on for. AI. The Crown Prince's heart was in turmoil. He didn't know why, but there was a sense of danger in his heart. He placed his brush down and was about to stand up when a eunuch retrieved an urgent military report and bowed. Crown Prince, there's an urgent military report. King Lu's rebel army has won a great victory, and Chun Prefecture is in danger. What? The Crown Prince was shocked as his face turned pale. He didn't expect King Lu to be so ferocious and take down yet another prefecture. His hands clenched so tightly that they turned white. Quick, bring it to me. Chun Prefecture has gathered the remnants of Count Zhongqin's army. How could they be defeated so easily? The Crown Prince revealed a ferocious look. Yes, Crown Prince. The eunuch hurriedly handed it over to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince glanced at it and felt a chill run down his spine. At this point, a eunuch hurried over. Crown Prince, His Majesty has summoned you. The Crown Prince understood that it was about Chun Prefecture. He stood up and walked towards the palace. After taking a few steps, he asked, Where's Pei Zi-yun? The last news I received was that the true sovereign was about 100 miles away from the capital city. If Pei Zi-yun reaches the capital city, report to me immediately. Yes. The Crown Prince's footsteps were hurried as he walked along the corridors. The rain continued to fall, hitting the eaves of the roof. The sound of raindrops dripping could be heard. When he reached the palace, the Crown Prince slowed down his footstep. Several candles were burning brightly, illuminating the room. The Emperor laid there motionless, listening to the sound of the raindrops. From time to time, he would cough and gasp for breath. His skin was dry and dry. When he saw the Crown Prince, he waved a hand. You're here. My unfilial son has won again. Which prefecture did he take down this time? Your Majesty, it's Chun Prefecture. Although Chun Prefecture hasn't fallen, they have no soldiers or generals. They won't be able to hold out for much longer. The neighboring prefectures have all surrendered. The crown prince's face was flushed red as he reported, useless. 50,000 soldiers were defeated in just one battle. The emperor's eyelids did not move as he stared dumbly at the golden dragon tent. Without saying a word, he suddenly asked the eunuch, "That's right, I asked Duke Jean, what did he reply?" The emperor asked calmly. The calmer his voice was, the more the red-robed eunuch trembled. The emperor's killing intent had been aroused, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Jean Gua has announced that he is ill and cannot go to battle." He hesitated for a moment before continuing. There was a report just now that Count Taiyuan had gone to Duke Jin's public house. The exact situation has not been reported yet. The room was silent. The emperor coughed twice. Another sick call. The emperor laughed and didn't look angry, as if he had forgotten about this matter. He looked at the crown prince and said, "The eldest princess's daughter is sick. You should go and visit her. Also, Pei Ziyun has just arrived in the capital city. I intend to do the same thing as the last time. Your brother will be the commander-in-chief, while Pei Ziyun will be the general. What do you think?" The crown prince heaved a sigh of relief as he bowed and replied, "Father's plan is wise, your son agrees." Seeing that the emperor had nothing else to say, the crown prince and the eunuch left. The emperor's face turned pale as he coughed violently, as if he was in pain. Seeing the emperor in pain, the eunuch hurriedly retrieved a crystal bottle from his medicine box. There was some bright red medicinal liquid in the crystal bottle. The red-clothed eunuch helped the emperor up and fed him the medicinal liquid. Only after the emperor consumed the medicine did the red-clothed eunuch feel better. He panted softly and only stopped after a while. The emperor's face was flushed red. It wasn't clear if it was from anger or from the pain he was in earlier. The moment he recovered, he revealed a killing intent. "Huang Wu-yong, your servant is here." Hearing the emperor's call, Eunuch Huang replied, "Help me up." Eunuch Huang helped the emperor up. Although it was difficult for the emperor, he still spoke with great difficulty. "Immediately pass down my decree. Execute Count Taiyuan and Duke Jean." "Your Majesty?" Eunuch Huang asked once more. Count Taiyuan was one thing, but Duke Jean was the emperor's younger cousin. He had grown up with the emperor and had a close relationship with him for tens of years. The emperor waved his hands helplessly. "My decision has been made. Execute Count Taiyuan and Duke Jean. Go, there's no need to ask any questions. Execute the decree immediately." "Yes, your Majesty." Eunuch Huang didn't hesitate this time as he turned around and left. Seeing the red-robed eunuch leave, the emperor's old tears flowed down his cheeks. He refused to fight and his heart was clear. For the sake of the imperial court, even if it was his own cousin, he had no choice but to execute him. "Li Jin, the crown prince cannot control you. I don't have much time left. Let's meet in the underworld." The emperor mumbled softly. Time seemed to flash before his eyes. Children accompanied each other, playful and playful. Youths struggled and fought alongside each other. A middle-aged ruler and minister, commanding troops on the battlefield. All these memories flashed before his eyes. As he thought about it, the emperor leaned against the bed and gradually fell asleep. Capital City. Half an hour ago the streets were bustling with noise and excitement. The news of Qin Prefecture's defeat had already spread. Everyone on the streets was rushing to buy fuel, rice, oil and salt. The price of rice had increased by 50%. Who would have thought that the imperial court's army would be defeated like a landslide? Even if Jin Prefecture was lost, Chern Prefecture was still in danger. Have you heard? It's been said that King Lu is going to attack the capital city and usurp the position of crown prince. At a bean curd stall, a peddler whispered to several other peddlers. Hearing these words, several peddlers revealed looks of fear. "I've heard about it too. Someone said that King Lu's army has the support of the gods. That's why they're invincible. I've heard about it too. Another peddler whispered as he looked around. Could it be that King Lu is the true emperor? If the crown prince wants to be the emperor, even the heavens wouldn't allow it. Watch your words, watch your words. At this point, several riders galloped past. The originally noisy street was now much quieter. The rider in the middle looked to be a middle-aged man, who was frowning and deep in thought. Count Taiyuan, we've arrived. In front of him was a mansion, with the words, Duke Jin's Mansion, written on it. The middle-aged man dismounted from his horse, and was immediately led into a study room. The weather was cold now, and the wind was howling. Seeing someone, Count Taiyuan fell to his knees. This lowly general pays his respects to Duke Jin. You've already been conferred the title of Count Taiyuan, there's no need for you to bow to me. Duke Jin spoke. This lowly general is under the command of the Duke. How can I forget my roots? Taiyuan laughed as he spoke. He then paused before speaking. Duke, now that King Lu has taken over Chun Prefecture, it seems like he's going to be very powerful. The imperial court will definitely send troops over to deal with him. This is my report. As he spoke, he handed the report over to Duke Jin. Duke Jin received the report and scanned through it. He then sighed. It's only been a few peaceful days, and now the world is in chaos again. As he sighed, Duke Jin tossed the report onto the table. How do you think we should deal with this? Count Taiyuan seemed to have expected this question from Duke Jin. He then replied, Duke, shall we each write a word? As he spoke, he didn't use ink. Instead, he used a cup of tea and wrote, Tian. Duke Jin's smile also had the word Emperor written on it. There were rumors going around that King Lu was blessed by the heavens, and was able to ascend to the throne. It was unknown if King Lu had secretly arranged for this to happen. However, with King Lu's numerous victories, the imperial court was forced to retreat. Hence, these rumors had a basis to spread. The both of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. Duke Jin then spoke plainly. Actually, the Emperor sent someone to ask me if I wanted to be the commander. I told him that I was sick and couldn't take on such an important role. I've already resigned. Looks like Duke has a plan in mind. Count Taiyuan's expression relaxed as he smiled. I've heard that Pei Ziyun has entered the capital city. There's going to be a huge change to this kid. Should we? As he spoke, his tone was icy cold. If it was possible, he would kill Pei Ziyun. When Duke Jin heard this, he hesitated before replying, There's no need. This person is a Taoist and is a true sovereign. Not only is his martial arts strong, he has divine abilities as well. If we manage to kill him, that would be great. But if we don't, we would be in big trouble. Who would be able to help us then? As long as we don't fight, we can just observe quietly. No matter who takes over the throne, we have to appease them. If we rely on them now, the risk is too great and the benefits are too small. When Count Taiyuan heard this, he paused before laughing. Duke Jin is indeed farsighted. I can't be compared to you. At this point, someone reported, the palace has sent someone over. It's Supervisor Huang. He says it's an imperial edict. Duke Jin paused, as he had a bad feeling about this. He then forced a smile, then set up the incense burner. As soon as they arrived at the courtyard, they saw soldiers striding in. The sound of swords clanging against each other could be heard. When Count Taiyuan and Duke Jin saw this, their faces turned pale. Eunuch Huang walked in, his face was ashen. There was no trace of a smile on his face. His tone was as cold as ice. The Emperor has an imperial edict. Duke Jin and Count Taiyuan knew that something was wrong. At this point, they had no choice but to kneel before the incense burner. They listened to Eunuch Huang announce the imperial edict. The imperial edict states, Duke Jin and Count Taiyuan have colluded with each other, extorting bribes and committing all sorts of shameful acts. They should have been punished according to the law. But on account of their meager contributions, the imperial edict states that the two of you are to commit suicide. Eunuch Huang read it out loud, causing Duke Jin and Count Taiyuan's vision to darken. Following that, someone presented a black wooden tray with 2 cups filled with wine. At this point, there were still people in the courtyard, all of them were pale with fright. When Duke Jin's eyes met them, he felt as if he was being pricked by needles. He snapped out of his stupor and exchanged glances with Count Taiyuan. "You're not willing to follow the imperial edict?" Eunuch Huang glanced at them. His tone was cold as he scoffed. "Thunder and rain are the benevolence of the emperor. As officials, how can you not understand this? Or perhaps you wish to resist. You have to know that the emperor only has the decree to bestow death upon you. If you resist, it would be considered treason. Not only will you be sentenced to suicide, but your entire clan will also be exterminated. Even if you resist, I have brought 500 armored soldiers with me. How many soldiers do you have in your residence? Can you resist?" When Eunuch Huang spoke up to this point, his tone softened. "Whatever the outcome is, you can choose for yourselves." Duke Jin's face paled as he said, "I want to see the emperor. The emperor has long since decreed that there is no need to wait for the imperial edict. There is no need to meet again." Eunuch Huang said coldly, "Is that so? So this is my outcome?" Duke Jin glanced at the courtyard and suddenly chuckled. He picked up a cup and downed it in one gulp. Seeing that Duke Jin had drunk the wine and Count Taiyuan still refused to commit suicide, Eunuch Huang's expression changed. He pointed at the cup and shouted, "Force the wine down his throat." 5 or 6 armored soldiers immediately pounced on him. Although Count Taiyuan was a military general, when faced with so many people, it didn't take long for him to be tied up. Another soldier stuffed a cup of wine into Count Taiyuan's hand, not letting go and forcing the poisoned wine down his throat. Count Taiyuan struggled with all his might, but his entire body was drenched in wine. In the end, he had to force another cup down his throat. The poisoned wine was very potent. The 2 of them rolled on the ground, moaning and struggling at first, but gradually stopped moving. Eunuch Huang looked at the 2 corpses and sighed. "Examine the corpses." Chapter 398. Grand Princess's Mansion, Little Canton Princess. It's time to get up. A serving maid knocked on the door. Hearing the knocking, the Canton Princess woke up lazily. She straightened her back and said, "Come in." The serving maid entered and helped her dress and wash her face. After some time, she brought in a bowl of bird's nest soup for the Canton Princess as a snack. She followed the doctor's instructions and took a nap before eating. The lazy Canton Princess picked up a spoon and drank. The sky was dark and gloomy. Occasionally, a ray of sunlight shone through the clouds. The serving maid looked at her and said, "Canton Princess, you've been feeling much better recently." The Canton Princess sat there in a daze as she looked out of the window. "Canton Princess, what are you looking at?" the serving maid asked when she saw the Canton Princess staring at the door. "I wonder where Brother Pei is now?" the Canton Princess mumbled to herself. When the serving maid heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed. "Canton Princess, true Sovereign Pei's martial arts are extraordinary. Why are you worried about him? As long as you take good care of yourself and wait for him to return, everything will be fine." The Canton Princess heard this and replied softly. All of a sudden, the sound of a flute could be heard. The melody was mellow and melancholic, as though it was filled with love and sorrow. Just by listening to it, the Canton Princess closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she revealed a look of joy. "It's Brother Pei. He's back." The Canton Princess stood up and walked to the table. She stretched out her hands and placed them on the zither. She then started playing as though she was playing the flute. The zither and the flute were playing together as the serving maid listened in a daze. When the song was finished, the Canton Princess stood up and ran out of the room. The winding corridor led to a quiet and secluded place. In front of them was a bluestone passageway with lush pines and cypress trees. If it was summer, they would be able to blot out the sun. The small passageway in front of them turned into a cobblestone passageway and entered the parlor. There were sounds of people talking inside the reception hall. It was Pei Ziyun. I don't want to keep a mistress in a golden house. It's a little ominous, but I can keep her in a garden. He then heard the Grand Princess laugh. Such a huge garden, how many mistresses do you want to keep? For example, recently a famous scholar in the capital, Lin Xiu. She is naturally intelligent, loves to read, and can comment on poems. She has always admired you. You might be able to meet her. The Canton princess slowed down her steps and listened attentively. She then heard Pei Ziyun say, "It's the nature of a man. When he sees a beautiful woman, he would feel a sense of loss and reluctance to part with her. But I'm just one person. How can I share my feelings? I already have Yi Su and Qi Qinya. Now that I think about it, I feel that the beauty's kindness is too great to be repaid. If I continue to split up, how am I different from strangers? Although there is a pearl, it is too late to meet it. It's better not to see him." Hearing this, the Grand Princess paused for a moment and said, "You created Xiao Lu just now, and it seemed to have this in mind. What name did you give it?" The Canton Princess walked over and saw that the Grand Princess's forehead was dotted with cinnabar. Her phoenix eyes seemed to be deep in thought. She then heard Pei Ziyun reply, "This song is called Love Doesn't Get Tired, or It's Hard to Let Go." When the Canton Princess heard this, she stumbled forward. Unknowingly, her eyes had turned red. This alerted the people inside who were looking at the painting. The two of them looked over and the Canton Princess hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, mother." She then wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at the painting. "This painting is really good. Who drew it? It doesn't even look like this." At first, the Canton Princess was just trying to cover up her feelings. When she looked at the painting, she was taken aback. The painting depicted a garden. The elegance of it caused one's heart to flutter. It was like the peach blossom garden from the legends. It was like a dream. This garden is divided into the East Garden and the West Garden. If you don't leave the city, you can enjoy the scenery of the mountains and rivers. Pei Ziyun laughed. The Canton Princess was a noble lady, and was naturally influenced by her upbringing. When she looked closely, she could see the fake mountains, trees, pavilions, ponds and bridges. All of these formed a natural world, harmoniously blending together. The mountains, the water, the grass and the trees in the garden all seemed to have a deep and profound meaning to it. Seeing that the Canton Princess was looking at the painting, the Grand Princess did not disturb her. Instead, she asked, "Count Zhongqin is dead, what do you think?" Pei Ziyun replied plainly, "To me, it's good that he's dead. This attitude of yours has caused many people to think that you're a suspect. They've even submitted a petition to investigate this matter. I'm afraid this isn't good for you. However, the Crown Prince still defended you." The Grand Princess stared at Pei Ziyun as she spoke. Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat as he nodded his head. "I'm a Taoist, and have no interest in the imperial court. So what if there's slander? However, the Crown Prince has always protected me, and I'm grateful for that." At this point, the Canton Princess looked over. "Mother, look. There's even a poem written on it. Your words are good, and his poems are good. The two of you are a match made in heaven. Is that enough?" The Grand Princess pointed a finger at the Canton Princess's forehead. The Canton Princess raised her head and replied, "Of course." At this point, someone announced, "The Crown Prince has arrived." The Crown Prince saw that Pei Ziyun was about to kneel down and pay his respects. He then hurriedly held him up and said, "True sovereign, please rise." He then looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "I've heard that King Lu led an army of 10,000 men to besiege you. I've been worried about you. You look well now, just that you've lost some weight." As he spoke, he pulled Pei Ziyun into the room, What poem were you talking about? Brother Crown Prince, we were talking about my garden, the Canton Princess hurriedly replied as she led the Crown Prince to take a look. The Crown Prince's eyebrows were thick, and his eyes were slightly dark. It was obvious that he was tired, but he looked even more energetic than before. Pei Ziyun looked at him silently and thought to himself, the green energy is complete, and the purple energy is present. The Crown Prince's authority has increased by several folds. The Crown Prince looked at the scroll and recited, "New autumn arrives, the bridge of magpies rides again, twice in the mortal world. The railings are slanted, and the jade ropes are low. How many heavenly secrets do you seek? Female companions, banquets, all praying. Deities are nothing, and even if they exist, they should be old." As he finished reciting, the Crown Prince laughed out loud and pointed at Pei Ziyun. "This poem is wonderful. But you're a Taoist, and yet you dare to say that deities are nothing. You deserve a beating." As he finished laughing, he looked at the scroll again and frowned. After some time, he looked at Pei Ziyun with a strange expression. "From what I can see, these two gardens are the likes of which I've never seen before. They're exquisite, and yet they have their own differences. As for what the differences are, I can't tell you. Can you tell me a thing or two? The art of gardens is just a small part of the Tao. But since the Crown Prince has asked, I shall explain a thing or two. The core of a garden is the beauty of the landscape. When one is immersed in it, one will be able to enjoy the ambience of the landscape, and cultivate one's temperament. According to one's needs, the garden is different. Crown Prince, you should know that there are many beautiful sceneries under the heavens. However, it's not easy to see them all." Pei Ziyun bowed and spoke plainly. "Hence, gardens are made by gathering the yin and yang of nature and combining them into a furnace. The entire garden is like a small world. The most important thing is that the layout is not cumbersome, and not a single inch is unnecessary. Its scenery is beautiful, dangerous, and strange. It's also integrated with the layout of the building. With every step one takes, the scenery changes. Furthermore, there's no awkwardness in the transition. This allows one to not leave the garden, and enjoy the qi of nature. I've observed the Tao of gardens under the heavens. Those who have reached the pinnacle of perfection are all from this realm. That's a very clear statement. What about the West Garden?" The Crown Prince paused before saying, "There seems to be a difference. As I've said earlier, both gardens are the same realm. It's just that the East Garden emphasizes on the creation of nature. Although it was created by humans, it was like the creation of the heavens. As for the West Garden, it's the essence of humanity. Although it uses mountains and rivers to plant trees, its main focus is not on nature, but on the beauty of humans. Humans have joy and sorrow, transcendence, contemplation, and profound emotions. Gardens are the main theme, and the moment one enters, one will be affected, and understand the state of one's heart. Of course, the two are not completely separated. Instead, they are like water and milk, I'm not mistaken. Both are present, but each has its own emphasis. What you've said is that one garden, one sky, one earth, one water, one heart." The Crown Prince's expression was complicated, as though he had lost something. "I didn't expect you to be so talented in poetry, literature, and painting. Your garden design is even better. How many more talents do you have?" The Taoist regards the Shaoyao mountain forest as the most important place, and this garden has many similarities. This is just a small insight, to relieve the Crown Prince's tiredness. "Crown Prince, please." The Crown Prince took a sip and looked at Pei Ziyun before saying, "You've been out and about, and you've received many good reports. It's been hard on you these days." Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun bowed and replied, "Your Highness, this is what I should do." "Good." The Crown Prince complimented him before his face turned gloomy. "If everyone was like you, how good would that be? But there are so many people who aren't willing to do anything for the country. How hateful! As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and slapped it on the table. When Pei Ziyun saw this, he sighed in his heart. When one reached such a high position, one's personality would change. This was a natural phenomenon. Even Pei Ziyun, who had become an earth immortal or a true sovereign, was different when he was an elementary scholar. The crown prince then changed the topic and said, "It's been hard on you, but you're busy with the affairs of the country. I have something I would like you to do." "Your Highness, please speak." Pei Ziyun nodded his head as the crown prince laughed, as though he was thirsty. He then picked up his teacup and took a sip. After thinking for some time, he asked, "King Lu has invaded Chen Prefecture, and the situation is urgent. His Majesty wishes for you to take over as the commander. What do you think? If it were any ordinary official, he would only need to issue the decree. However, Pei Ziyun was a Taoist and an earth immortal. He had to ask for permission first. If he refused, the situation would be awkward." Hearing the crown prince's words, Pei Ziyun fell silent. Should he agree or not? As he thought about this, he thought of his own mission. More and more demons were hiding within the army, and his mission was getting more and more onerous. It was hard for him to do it alone, and he could only rely on the authority of the imperial court. If he rejected the crown prince's request now, it would be akin to falling out with them. Furthermore, he had control over the army, and was the center of attention. His reputation could be improved as well. It was just that once this expedition was over, it would be time for him to reveal his cards to the imperial court. However, when that time comes, things would be different. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he nodded his head and said, "His Majesty and the Crown Prince have given their orders." The Crown Prince's eyes were fixated on Pei Ziyun. Although the Emperor was afraid of Pei Ziyun, the Crown Prince had only managed to attain his current position because of Pei Ziyun's schemes. He trusted Pei Ziyun even more. Furthermore, the imperial court had placed a mark on Pei Ziyun. With Pei Ziyun leading the army, his position would be much more secure. When he heard this, he let out a long sigh and laughed. "I knew you wouldn't reject me. Come with me to the imperial palace to see the emperor, and we shall make a decision soon. This way, King Lu, that traitor, won't bring disaster to the people." Chapter 399. AI. When Pei Ziyun heard the Crown Prince's words, his eyes gleamed as his heart skipped a beat. He then thought to himself, "The imperial palace is a forbidden place. Once I enter, my powers will be depleted. What if the imperial court ambushes me?" Although King Lu was victorious, and the imperial court was in need of manpower, Pei Ziyun was familiar with history. He knew that every time someone was killed, more than half of them had their own theories and belief. The emperor wouldn't dare to do such a thing. However, the emperor had acted every single time. Asking the emperor or the imperial court to be rational was better than asking a fat pig to climb a tree. The emperor has always been wary of me. King Lu is the son of the emperor, and it's just a matter of internal strife. If he kills me, it would eliminate all other variables. Pei Ziyun then thought to himself, "Plum blossom." With a thought, the plum blossom appeared. To the onlookers, Pei Ziyun had only paused for a moment before a plum blossom appeared in front of him. The plum blossom started to move, carrying with it an indescribable aura. Ding! The system displayed the results of the divination, ominous yet auspicious. Pei Ziyun still believed in the plum blossom divination. After all, this only happened once a month. He then stood up and bowed to the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, please." "Good, let's enter the palace." The Crown Prince revealed a smile. He thought that he would need some time to convince Pei Ziyun. He didn't expect Pei Ziyun to agree so quickly. He relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. From the Crown Prince's point of view, the imperial palace was extremely dangerous. Yet Pei Ziyun had agreed so quickly. This was a sign of his trust in the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince then shouted out to the Grand Princess, "Aunt, true Sovereign Pei and I shall enter the Imperial Palace. We shall visit again later." The Canton Princess then looked at Pei Ziyun, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. "Since the Emperor has summoned you, Crown Prince, you don't have to worry about us." The Grand Princess then gestured to the Canton Princess, who then calmed down. As Pei Ziyun followed the Crown Prince out, the Canton Princess's eyes followed him until his silhouette disappeared into the distance. Only then did she stop. The Grand Princess looked on and sighed, "I wonder if this trip will be a blessing or a curse." When the Crown Prince set out, there was a standard procedure. Now that there was a shortage of manpower, there were more guards. Sabers, shields, bows and arrows were all prepared. There were 300 people. In the center, there were even imperial bodyguards holding sabers and escorting the carriage as it moved slowly. Pei Ziyun and the Crown Prince sat in the same carriage. Pei Ziyun spoke until they reached the part where they were chased through the forest and fought for 1,000 miles. The Crown Prince then sighed and leaned against the seat of the carriage. "It's been hard on you, Minister. You are the role model for our dynasty." As he said this, he looked out the window at the flow of people outside. After a long time, he laughed coldly. "Some generals have received the grace of the imperial court, yet they do not wish to repay it. Instead, they use the excuse that they are sick to refuse." At this point, the Crown Prince looked at Pei Ziyun and sighed. "Some of the civil officials are willing to go. But in reality, Count Zhongqin isn't a useless person. He's experienced military affairs, and yet he was defeated. I'm afraid some of the civil officials are even worse. If it's just to surround the bandits, as long as we have 10 times the number of soldiers, we would be able to crush them and achieve victory. I am willing to help such a general. Although King Lu is rebellious, he is still my brother. I know that he is adept in the art of war, and has a heroic character. He is like my father. If the civil officials were to go against him, I'm afraid that we would lose again and again. We wouldn't even have the chance to clean up the mess." As he said these words, Pei Ziyun's expression changed. He then bowed and said, "Crown Prince's words are wise. There are precedents and there are specializations. War is fought by generals. Since ancient times, if you look closely, you would realize that they didn't have 10 times the number of soldiers in order to achieve victory. Instead, they had to deal with bandits. Although there might be 1 or 2 of them who are outstanding and can learn without learning, this isn't the norm." When the Crown Prince heard this, he laughed out, "If we're talking about not being the norm, then you are the model. You studied hard and passed the imperial examinations. This can be said to be the result of 10 years of hard work. When it comes to poetry, you can be said to be able to comprehend it by analogy. You're the seed of learning. As for the art of war, how did you comprehend it so quickly?" Pei Ziyun laughed. "This official has read a few books on the art of war. It's not like I just learned it out of thin air." The Crown Prince glanced at Pei Ziyun. How many books on the art of war did he read, and was able to command an army to fight against the most powerful generals in the world? Just as he was about to speak, he heard the sound of someone crying. He paused. This was the capital city of the Su dynasty, where the Crown Prince's carriage was located. Why would there be someone crying? He looked out the window and saw his carriage passing by Duke Jin's mansion. A large group of soldiers had charged into the mansion, and the sound of someone crying could be heard. What happened? Why would there be soldiers charging into Duke Jin's mansion? I was reading documents today, and didn't see anything like this. The Crown Prince thought to himself as he waved his hand, "Stop the carriage." The carriage stopped as a eunuch ran over and bowed. "Crown Prince, what instructions do you have?" The Crown Prince swept a glance across Duke Jin's mansion and said, "Help me investigate who sent the soldiers to raid Duke Jin's mansion." "Yes, Your Highness." The eunuch turned around and left. After a while, he returned and bowed. "Your Highness, I've already investigated. It was His Majesty who ordered Duke Jin's death, and also ordered the confiscation of his property." "What?" The Crown Prince's expression changed. He was already in charge of the country, and was in charge of everything. How could he receive such an order after being out of the country for so long? Besides, Duke Jin still had to address him as his uncle. Why would he be sentenced to death all of a sudden? He felt uneasy and asked, "Where is Duke Jin?" "He was about to be sentenced to death, and the medicinal wine has been brought out." The eunuch replied respectfully. The Crown Prince was taken aback and said, "Pass down the order. Stop the execution for now. Wait for me to enter the palace and ask my father." "Yes, Your Highness." The eunuch was about to turn around when Pei Ziyun bowed. "What would the Crown Prince like to ask?" "I would like to ask my father why he suddenly ordered Duke Jin's death. Duke Jin didn't do anything wrong. Could it be that the Crown Prince doesn't understand?" Pei Ziyun sighed and didn't speak further. The Crown Prince seemed to be deep in thought as he looked at Duke Jin's mansion. The mansion that used to be luxurious was now facing a life and death crisis. And this crisis came from his own father. After a long time, he sighed and spoke to the eunuch. "Cancel the order just now. Pass down the order, execute my father's orders. But don't touch the Duke's wife and children." "Yes, Your Highness." The carriage continued moving forward, entering the palace. The walls of the palace stretched as far as the eye could see. The streets were swept clean and spotless. The palace doors were solemn and solemn. The guards stood like nails, giving off a desolate and solemn atmosphere. Seeing the Crown Prince's carriage enter the palace, several eunuchs welcomed him and reported, "Crown Prince, the Emperor has an order. The moment you enter, you must go to the palace to see him." The Crown Prince paused for a moment before ordering the eunuchs to lead the way. They passed through 6 different halls. Every 5 steps there would be a guard. When they arrived outside the palace, the bronze cauldron was lit with incense. The incense wafted into the air, adding a sense of holiness to the place. There were even rows of guards standing guard. The strangest thing was that the Emperor's carriage was waiting outside. The Crown Prince was puzzled and walked straight in. Pei Ziyun remained outside the palace and looked at the guards. He could see that they were filled with killing intent. Their bodies were muscular and their temples were bulging out. Pei Ziyun's gaze landed on them, and they trembled as their muscles tensed up. Elite soldiers who have been through hundreds of battles. Pei Ziyun was speechless. After becoming an Earth Immortal, his senses had become much sharper. Just by standing there casually, he could feel the killing intent locking onto him. Even the chi of a real dragon had opened its eyes and was staring at him. "After becoming an Earth Immortal, my treatment has indeed changed." Palace quarters. The Crown Prince entered and saw that the Emperor was resting with his eyes closed. He then bowed, "Father Emperor, please wake up. Pei Ziyun, your son has arrived." The Emperor opened his eyes and saw that the sky outside was dark and gloomy. He could see that the sun was setting in the west. Not far away, the Imperial Guards were standing guard with swords in their hands. Several eunuchs were standing by the side. The Emperor forced himself to stand up. "Is that so? You've finally brought him here. You've done a good job." At this point, the red-robed eunuch brought over a bowl of medicine and fed it to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince hesitated before speaking. "Father Emperor, as a relative of the Emperor, Duke Jin has refused to fight many times due to his illness. He has betrayed the Emperor's kindness. He deserves to die. However, on account of his past achievements, and the fact that he is the blood of Third Aunt, why don't you spare him a little?" When the Emperor heard the Crown Prince's words, his expression was unreadable. He didn't speak for some time. The Crown Prince could feel the Emperor's authority, and was sweating profusely. Cough, cough. The Emperor coughed once and pushed the bowl of medicine away. He then raised his head and sighed. "Since the Crown Prince has pleaded for mercy, then spare his wife and daughter. The confiscation of his property shall be spared as well. As for his title, Ai, on account of third aunt, he shall be reduced by 2 ranks. As for his title, let's add the word Mion. Duke Jean was a first-rank duke. Below that was a prefecture duke. Below that was a first-rank marquis. Actually, it was the same for the imperial family as well. It was just that the imperial family had a bottom line. Once the bloodline was reduced to account, it would no longer be reduced. The emperor seemed very satisfied. You didn't plead for mercy for Duke Jean. This shows that you've grown up. As a ruler, one cannot be soft-hearted. This was his evaluation. When the crown prince heard this, he was overjoyed. However, he was secretly shocked. If he had begged the emperor to spare Duke Jin's life, how would his father evaluate him? Thinking about this, he broke out in cold sweat. The emperor swept his gaze across the crown prince and announced, Pei Ziyun, I've heard of you for a long time. I'd like to take a good look at you. However, there's no need to let him in. Help me out, we'll be together. Father! The crown prince was shocked and was about to speak when the emperor waved his hands. Crown prince, you don't have to persuade me. I've fought many battles and conquered many territories. It's just that ever since I became the emperor, I've never left the capital. Now I'd like to see how the capital city looks like after 10 years. Your Majesty, please rise. The eunuch shouted after the emperor. Cough cough, the red-robed eunuch helped the emperor out and onto the imperial carriage. The emperor leaned back on his seat, looking extremely energetic. Seeing Pei Ziyun kneel down, he smiled. True sovereign Qi Ning need not be so courteous. Come, sit beside me. Pei Ziyun paused as a eunuch stepped forward. True sovereign, this way please. The eunuch led Pei Ziyun onto the carriage. The interior of the carriage was extremely spacious, and there were pearls on all 4 corners. There was a small table within the carriage, with a teapot and teacups placed on it. Chapter 400. Your Majesty? The red-clothed eunuch asked in a low voice. You and Crown Prince can go to the car in the back. The emperor's face was flushed red as he spoke. The eunuch glanced at the emperor and saw that the emperor seemed to have come to terms with the situation. The eunuch then replied, Yes, Your Majesty. After Pei Ziyun kowtowed, he sat down. The two of them were separated by a small table, and could be considered to be on the same level. Pei Ziyun looked around and saw that the entire carriage was luxurious. The entire carriage was made of sandalwood, and was extremely sturdy. There were even intricate carvings on it. The lid of the carriage was green in color, with golden clouds engraved all around it. At the bottom of the carriage was a golden cloud leaf. There were 2 white horses pulling the carriage, and they looked even more handsome. Pei Ziyun sighed in his heart, the emperor has really saved on me. The Son of Heaven had 5 chariots: jade chariot, golden chariot, elephant chariot, leather chariot, and wooden chariot. Right now, in order to promote frugality, the emperor only used wooden chariot. Naturally he was frugal. Almost at the same time, the music began to play, and the palace doors opened one by one. Bells and drums sounded in unison. The music was loud, yellow umbrellas and flags covered the sky and covered the sun. Although no one else could hear this, Pei Ziyun could only feel the wind and thunder. There was no need to talk about the strict security of the Yang world. The imperial canopy, the zodiac lid, the dragon lid, the treasured fan, the message banner, and the word tablet were not mentioned. But the dragon flag was different. The flag of sun and moon, the flag of wind, the flag of rain, the flag of thunder, the flag of lightning, the flag of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, the flags of the 5 stars, the flags of the 28 constellations. Pei Ziyun looked at them one by one. Xiannong, Taisui, Xingchen, Fengyun, Leiyu Yuzhen, Haidu, Shanchuan, Xizhong, Ximing, Ximin, Xilu, Xixing, Xixing, Xilu, Xixing. The moment the carriage moved, all of these elements were activated. Wind and thunder followed suit, and the powers within his body were compressed into nothingness. When Pei Ziyun saw this, he thought to himself, "What the people say is that one can use Tao arts to harm a human master. How ignorant is that? Of course, no matter how strong this dragon energy is, it cannot defend against weapons." Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, the carriage had already arrived at Sky Road. The emperor poured a cup of tea and picked up a piece of cake. He then looked out the window and saw a crowd of people walking to and fro excitedly. Men, women, old and young were all kneeling down and shouting, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" The emperor looked out of the window and saw the citizens kowtowing to him. He then looked at the rows of shops and smiled. "Although I have disturbed the citizens, I can see that this is the real Jing city." Before Pei Ziyun had a chance to reply, the emperor continued, "When I first rose to power, I only had a few hundred men. Even if the feudal vassals were to rise up in the future, I would only have a few counties and an army of 10 to 20,000. That would be disadvantageous for me. However, I am not boasting. I do care about the common people. Every time I go to a place, I will first pacify and compile book." The emperor gave a bitter laugh. "However, I know that in order to maintain the military, the exploitation is very severe. I was just thinking, when I have conquered the lands, I can rest with the people." At this point, the carriage had passed half the city and reached the south end of the long street. Everywhere they passed were the residences of the nobles and officials. The emperor looked on. The past has passed. I have been on the throne for 10 years. Although I dare not say that I have loved my people, I have done my best. Today, seeing the prosperity of the capital, I am relieved. It's just that yesterday I dreamt of Ji Bei Ho. I drank wine and ate meat with him. Just like all those years ago, he said that I am a bastard son, and that the previous dynasty had killed the dragon was the legitimate son. He said that I was only opening the way for the true dragon, opening the way for the true dragon. It's just that before the founding of the country, I was too powerful and did not have a good ending. Even if the true dragon was killed and I was given the title of Duke or Marquis, it was a waste of time. To be able to live for 10 years is already a blessing. Hence, I did not prepare my lifespan for the world to be at peace. What do you think of this?" Pei Ziyun sat upright and listened to the emperor's words. He looked at the people walking to and fro on the streets, and suddenly had an epiphany. This world was destined by the heavens. That made sense. However, there were always variables. Pei Ziyun did not reply directly. Instead, he pointed to the crowd outside the carriage window. "Your Majesty, look. This is the peace you've created. Although this is only the beginning of prosperity, we can still see the golden age. If there are no accidents, it will be another 300 years of peace. Your Majesty, why are you so sad?" The emperor listened to Pei Ziyun's words and looked outside. Although the carriage passed by, everyone was kneeling down in front of it. He could see rows upon rows of shops, bookstores, tea shops, rice shops, ironware shops, flower and fruit shops, porcelain shops and paper shop. There were even children who didn't know what was good for them and wanted to play around, but were restrained by their parents. This was indeed a prosperous city. He thought back to the days when he was on the battlefield and the days when blood flowed like rivers. He mumbled to himself, "That's right, this is the prosperous world that I have created." His eyes were filled with melancholy as he stared out the window, unable to regain his composure. Pei Ziyun laughed, as if he had seen through all of this. He then said, "It doesn't matter if he's a bastard or a legitimate son. The throne has already been decided. If we were to touch it, who knows how many people will die. The will of the people is the will of the heavens. Why should your Majesty be sad? As long as the crown prince pacifies the world, who can say that the dynasty is not the legitimate son of the heavens?" "Ha ha! When the emperor heard Pei Ziyun's words, he laughed out. He then looked at Pei Ziyun, who was kneeling down and listening. He was young and full of vigor and looked like a young master. Who would have thought that he was an earth immortal, and was skilled in both literature and martial arts? If it was anyone else, it would not have mattered. However, the emperor had already wanted to kill Pei Ziyun once. Now that these words came out of Pei Ziyun's mouth, he felt a sense of joy. He then nodded his head and sighed. Today, I am looking at you seriously. It's rare. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Pei Ziyun was about to kowtow when the emperor raised his teacup and took a sip. Forget it. The carriage is small and cramped. It's not convenient for us to talk. At the end of the day, my lifespan is still too short. If not, I could have done many things better, and not ended up like this. Under the heavens, I have yet to achieve perfection, the emperor said as he looked at Pei Ziyun. All of a sudden, he asked, Do you hate me? Hearing this, Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. He paused for some time before replying, If I were to say that I don't mind, that would be a lie. It's just that I've said that I wish for peace and prosperity, and that has not changed. When the emperor heard this, he paused for a moment before laughing out. Well said. I'm tired, get off the carriage. The emperor's face turned pale as he looked out of the window. Yes, Your Majesty. The carriage stopped as Pei Ziyun got off and stood by the side of the road. He saw the emperor looking out of the window, as if he couldn't get enough of it. In the blink of an eye, the carriage started moving again. It turned left and headed back to the palace. Seeing the majestic carriage pass by, Pei Ziyun touched his neck and laughed. Looks like this person's head is still on my neck. At this point, he broke out in cold sweat, drenching his clothes. If I'm not wrong, Emperor, you've been testing me. If I'm not up to your standards, I'm afraid I'll be killed immediately. An earth immortal is still not complete, and is not a true immortal. However, even if you have the power to rule the world, what can you do? How can you fight against fate? Pei Ziyun looked up and sighed. He had a strong feeling that the emperor was going to die tonight. He then turned around and walked towards his own residence. Since the emperor was out on patrol, there were many people on the road. Pei Ziyun couldn't find the carriage, so he decided to take a stroll back home. He was deep in thought as he walked back to Pei Mansion. Unknowingly, the sun had already set. It was time to prepare dinner. However, for some reason, there were crows dancing in the sky. Pei Ziyun's heart turned cold. He had just entered when he saw 20 personal guards standing in 2 rows. In the middle of them was a 6th-ranked eunuch. When they saw Pei Ziyun enter, they immediately bowed down. This lowly official pays his respects to the true sovereign. Everyone, please rise. Pei Ziyun then asked, Why are you here? The 6th-ranked eunuch bowed down once more. Your servant Luo Yu is here on the orders of the emperor. I have brought the emperor's sword and the emperor's flag, and await your orders. As he spoke, the emperor's sword and the green flag were placed on the table. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun and his men knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. When they stood up, Luo Yu then said, From now on, all 6 prefectures shall be under the true sovereign's control. If the true sovereign has any orders, they shall be issued in the name of Prefecture Prince Qing Shun. Speak, I shall write. Pei Ziyun nodded his head and was about to speak when his entire body trembled. He looked up. The dragon has returned to the heavens. He didn't know why, but the moment the emperor collapsed, he felt his entire body relax. He didn't say anything but instructed, Since that's the case, bring the emperor's sword and the emperor's flag into the house and place them on the table. There are many rooms in my mansion, clean them up and move in. Also, the Breeze restaurant is not far from here. Send someone to instruct them to bring 5 tables of food over. I shall prepare a feast for all of you. Yes. Everyone revealed a look of relief and dispersed. Only after the crowd had dispersed did Pei Ziyun take a closer look. He saw that above the capital city, where his eyes could see, there was an indistinct green aura. Within the clouds, there was a dragon with a green horn and yellow scales circling around. This was the sign of the chi of the dynasty. The chi of the imperial dragon did not come from an underground cave, but from the imperial court that ruled over millions of people. At this point, the dragon let out a mournful cry, as a faint purple aura flew out. This was the emperor of the dynasty. The emperor seemed to be reluctant to leave, as he circled the skies for a while before disappearing. At this point, the dragon seemed to be filled with sorrow, but at the same time, it seemed to be filled with hope and hope for the future. Who would have thought that the emperor wouldn't even be able to last until midnight? Looking at the time, he must have passed away not long after he returned to the palace. Was that last burst of energy? No matter what, it's finally the crown prince's turn to ascend the throne. Pei Ziyun stood in the middle of the courtyard, as the sun sank below the horizon. He smiled and thought to himself, the crown prince is a magnanimous person. The most important thing is that now that the emperor has passed away, even if the emperor wants to touch me, he won't be able to do so. The first and second stages of the Earth Immortal stage require wind and thunder. I've already reached that stage. The third and fourth stages require splitting the primordial spirit and possession. The fifth and sixth stages require channeling the spirit and baptism of spring thunder. The seventh and eighth stages require casting iron and bronze. The 90th stage requires regaining one's youth. After that, I'll become an undying true immortal. The Earth Immortals of Dark Altar sect are only in the 4th and 5th stages. Let's see how many stages I'll be in after a few years. Chapter 401. Dawn. Hearing hall white lanterns were hung all around the hall, and white gauze was wrapped around the hall. On both sides of the hall, there were imperial guards standing far away, and imperial guards on duty standing close by. All of them held their swords in their hands, and did not move an inch. There were even 2 young generals patrolling the hall, their eyes sweeping across the hall. The crown prince walked leisurely, his mind restless. He strolled into the hall and heard the ceremonial officer rousing himself. Pa, 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 the crown prince woke up. He looked around and saw that from the inside of the hall to the bottom of the steps, the hundreds of officials stretched all the way to the ceremonial door. The first, second, and third rank officials, from near to far, were all holding ceremonial tablets in their hands, wearing brand new official robes. The red-robed eunuch held the Edict of Succession in his hands. By the will of the heavens, the emperor has decreed, the crown prince is of noble character, and is honest and sincere. The crown prince shall inherit the throne. Your subjects receive the edict. The officials bowed down in unison. The crown prince then spoke out, your son receives the edict. Since it was the crown prince and the officials who had received the edict, a eunuch stepped forward and draped a dragon robe over him. Actually, he had changed the robe he was wearing. He then invited the crown prince up the step. The crown prince sat on the throne, his heart was in a state of confusion. At this point, the eunuch shouted, the new emperor has ascended the throne, all officials pay their respects. The eunuch's voice was sharp and piercing, echoing throughout the hall. The Prime Minister Zhang Yunku immediately led the officials to kowtow 3 times and 9 times. Your subjects pay their respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor! The crown prince sat on the throne and looked at the officials kneeling before him. He felt a sharp pain in his heart and his face flushed red. Finally, I have ascended to the throne. The crown prince thought to himself, from today onwards I am the emperor. I am the most powerful man under the heavens. Just as he was thinking about this, he saw the imperial chi floating in the air around the crown prince's body and started to merge with his body. The crown prince's imperial chi was originally green, but now it was thick and dense. Phew! The crown prince exhaled deeply, as the sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. "Everyone, please rise." The new emperor stretched out his hand and gestured for the officials to rise. "Dear ministers, I have just ascended to the throne, so the affairs of the country are of utmost importance. However, there are many things waiting to be taken care of at the moment, and I have no idea what to do at the moment. You don't have to be restrained, and if there's anything, report it quickly." The new emperor glanced at them and said. The Prime Minister, Zhang Yunke, stepped forward and spoke, "Your Majesty, the most important matter at hand is to decide on the title of the Daxing Emperor's temple. Next, the title of the Emperor's reign has to be decided as well. Gather all the officials and announce it to the outside world. This will determine the title of the divine weapon. There are still some things that we can discuss after the funeral. I second the motion." The Daxing Emperor wielded the 3-foot sword and leveled the world. For 11 years, he was diligent and loved his people. He toiled day and night. He was truly a saint that was rarely seen in history. I believe that the most important task at this moment is to offer a good title to the Dragon's Lair. The Minister of the Board of Rites stepped forward and said. The new emperor sat down, his face was filled with sorrow and deep thoughts. He then spoke, "My father is the founding emperor of Daxu. According to the rules, the title will be decided by the Board of Rites. As for my reign title, I intend to follow my father's footsteps and create peace. I shall call it Chitai. However, I will not be using the title of the emperor. It will be used on the first day of the next year." This was the meaning of the title. Generally speaking, when someone with a different surname conquered the world, they would be using the title of Chitai. That year would be the first year of the new title. For someone with a different surname to inherit the throne, they would have to wait until the next year to use the new title. The emperor of this world used the system of 1 generation and 1 yuan. In the future, he could be called Chitai Emperor or Chitai Emperor. The Chitai Emperor then spoke. The country is in a state of turmoil, and we have to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the chaos. I will issue an edict, and order all the local officials to hold their positions. I will also order all the provinces and counties to open up their warehouses and provide relief to the people. The cabinet of ministers shall not slack off in the slightest." "Yes, Your Majesty," the Prime Minister acknowledged. Chitai Emperor, who was sitting up straight, moved a little and said, "After this ceremony, the Daxing Emperor's funeral must be completed and a green hut must be built. I will do the ceremony of a filial son, and all of you must do the same." "Yes, Your Majesty." According to the rules, the emperor had to guard the coffin for 27 days. Since the Chitai Emperor had ascended to the throne, the moment the ceremony was completed, he would immediately give the order for the entire palace to be covered with white banners. The yellow and red lanterns were all removed. The eunuchs carried the mourning clothes and hats and knelt down to present them to the emperor. At this point, the Chitai Emperor's tears flowed down his cheeks as he changed into the mourning clothes. After some time, he said softly, "Father Emperor, I will protect the land of the dynasty, and continue to prosper. I hope the heavens will bless me." The emperor then asked, "Has the true sovereign arrived?" "Your Majesty, the true sovereign has arrived. He's waiting for you at the entrance of the side hall." When the Chitai Emperor heard this, he didn't speak and walked into the side hall. There was already a screen with a painting of the country, placed behind the dragon throne. On the painting of the country there were farmers, aristocrats, merchants, soldiers and officials. All of them had their own duties, as though the entire world was under their control. "True Sovereign Pei has arrived." Following the eunuch's voice, Pei Zi-yun entered. He had only just entered when he felt a chill run down his spine. When he looked at the crown prince, he realized that he was the new emperor and was no longer the same as before. "My beloved subject has arrived." The Chitai Emperor spoke out. Long live your majesty. Congratulations to your majesty for ascending to the throne. Pei Ziyun bowed. When the emperor heard this, he laughed. Although I have ascended to the throne, the world has yet to be at peace. King Lu has created chaos and brought chaos to the lands. As the new emperor, every time I think about this, I feel sorry for him, and wish that I could lead the army myself. It's just that I have to observe filial piety. You're the one who was appointed by the previous emperor. You're the imperial envoy. What rules do you have in mind? Once you've thought it through, just tell me, and I shall pass it down. Pei Ziyun understood. The emperor had been observing filial piety for 27 days, and the imperial court had officially entered the mourning process. Hence, he couldn't meddle too much. He pondered for some time before speaking. Your Majesty, order someone to retrieve the map. I shall explain it to you now. As Pei Ziyun spoke, the emperor listened and ordered, Men, bring me the map. Immediately, an imperial guard brought out the map. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand and drew a line on the map. Your Majesty, you've sent me thousands of letters. Your subject doesn't dare to lie. The most important thing is strategy. Now that King Lu has gained control of the 3 prefectures, his influence has spread to almost half of the world. This is worrying. The emperor looked at the map and nodded his head. To deal with King Lu, I have a plan. The first step is the Iron Curtain, which is to surround him. Once everyone is in position, we can then find an opportunity to strike. Although your plan is simple, it's the right path. It's very insightful. The emperor nodded his head. As for the specifics, I'll have to trouble your subject to explain. The emperor had interacted with Pei Ziyun for a long time, and naturally understood that the more powerful a person was, the more simple his explanation would be. If someone couldn't understand what he was saying, it meant that he was half-baked. The previous emperor ordered me to control the 6 prefectures. Based on my status, my authority is too great. Pei Ziyun replied honestly. I'm a Taoist. Even with the previous emperor's orders, it's impossible for me to control the troops of the 6 prefectures. In other words, even if I did, it would cause many officials to be wary of me. That would be disadvantageous to your Majesty. This is the first important thing that the emperor has to do, and you can't do it behind the backs of the officials. This suggestion was very reasonable. It was for the sake of the emperor, and even more so for the sake of the country. The emperor was still wary of Pei Ziyun when he heard this. He then asked, Oh, do you have any suggestions? When Pei Ziyun heard this, he smiled. All the emperor has to do is to gather all the important officials and bring this up. There will be many who will object. They will say that authority cannot be held by a single person, and definitely cannot be held by a Taoist. At this point, as long as someone suggests it, and say that it was the previous emperor's orders, they can't oppose it directly. However, they can still divide the authority. Actually, it's just to divide the emperor into several groups, with the officials as the imperial envoys. They are not allowed to fight in the open, and are only allowed to defend the city. This will be the same as the time when Jibei Ho was surrounded. The only difference is that I won't be the only one in power, so as to appease the officials. Phew! When the emperor heard this, he held his breath and sighed. These words are good. However, I'm a little worried. When Count Zhongqin tried to do the same thing, he was defeated. How will you deal with it? When Pei Ziyun heard this, he nodded his head. Your Majesty, Count Zhongqin wasn't able to truly create the Iron Curtain. As a result, he revealed a flaw in his plan and was led into a rhythm. That's why he was defeated. Hence, this Iron Curtain isn't just a matter of the 6 prefectures. In order to deal with King Lu quickly, we have to kill him. Hence, we have to mobilize half of the world. Half of the world, the emperor mumbled. He then saw Pei Ziyun pointing. Your Majesty has to instruct all the prefectures to act according to Jibei Ho's plan. The front lines will be fortified, and the soldiers will be gathered to defend. At the same time, we have to set up a second line of defense. This is to prevent anyone from panicking if they break through. This will be done within the prefecture, and won't require much manpower or rations. However, we're afraid that there will be disputes between the various prefectures. If there's a gap, King Lu's army will be able to break through. Hence, the officials will be appointed as the imperial envoys, and will cover 2 or 3 prefectures. Apart from this, Your Majesty can issue an imperial decree, and reinstate the generals and officials to win over the hearts of the people. From there, you can pick out generals and assign them to the various routes. The imperial envoys will be the main generals, and the generals will be the counselors. Gradually, they will form a counterattack army. As for this official, I only need to be the main commander in name, and control 70 to 80,000 soldiers. As for sealing off the front lines and connecting the hearts of the people, this will cause the enemy to abandon the dark side and join the light side. These are all tactics used by Ji-Bei-Ho and can be used together. Especially when you announce that Your Majesty has ascended the throne and that King Lu has been stripped of his title and is a traitor. This will have the effect of stabilizing the hearts of the people. The emperor looked over and immediately understood Pei Ziyun's intentions. Is this to form a line of defense around King Lu, and to concentrate all the troops, so that King Lu will be surrounded by enemies from all sides, and won't be able to move? Yes, the imperial envoys have to be conservative. The more conservative they are, the better it is. Those who are too aggressive can't be used. As for the generals, with the emperor's decree, they will be more aggressive in seeking war. The generals cannot be the main generals, but they can be counselors, as well as the assistant generals. Just defending won't do. The purpose of our defense is still to defend 7 times and attack 3 times. These 3 attacks are for the generals who are eager to achieve victory. Your Majesty can give them 3,000 or 5,000 men, and allow them to attack at a lower rate. The emperor had the experience of dealing with Ji-Bei-Ho. He thought about it carefully before sighing. These few small steps had changed the entire situation of the war. The balance between the civil and military, as well as the use of the generals, were all balanced out. It was extremely ingenious. Not to mention the other details, just the fact that the generals were given 3,000 to 5,000 men was of very deep meaning. Using people, controlling people, and even the contradictions between the civil and military were all melded into one, and there wasn't a single trace of fire or smoke. The emperor thought about it from the perspective of an emperor, and couldn't help but shiver. He could understand the great ancestor's worries. He then heard Pei Ziyun speak. As for the details, I can't summarize them now. Only when we're on the battlefield will we be able to adapt to the situation. When the emperor heard this, he nodded his head and said, "Your words agree with me. Go back and recuperate for a few days. In a few days the decree will be sent down." Chapter 402. Yes, Your Majesty. Pei Ziyun returned to his mansion. Behind the screen, the Prime Minister sat with his eyes closed, listening to the conversation. He was in disbelief. In just a few moments, Pei Ziyun had the entire world under his control. He was not to be underestimated. If this person wasn't a Taoist, but an official of the imperial court, it would be unimaginable. His name would be left in the annals of history, or his entire family would be wiped out. How enviable! The Prime Minister sighed. The Grand Princess stood by his side and listened intently. Her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration as she listened to the conversation. "Come out." Emperor Qi Tai spoke to the map. The Prime Minister and the Grand Princess stood up and walked out from behind the screen. The Emperor looked at them and asked, "What do you think of Pei Ziyun's suggestion?" "I've listened to it and am pleased with it. If we do it this way, we will be able to quell the rebellion." The Prime Minister pondered for a moment before saying, Based on this theory alone, true Lord Pei is not a selfish person. It's just that I don't know if the screen will be able to intercept our messages. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll be hiding something. This is the map. Even if Pei Ziyun is an Earth immortal, he won't be able to sense that there's someone behind it. The Emperor spoke before turning to the Grand Princess. Little Canton Princess, it's time to get married. Qin Prefecture, Lu Shao County. Thick clouds rolled and covered the entire sky. Lightning could be seen within the clouds. Even though it was winter, the clouds still refused to disperse. Damn it! The heavens are targeting us. Why? With King Lu's imperial qi protecting us, we shouldn't be targeted like this. The blind Taoist was dressed in his 7th-ranked official robes. He had a grave expression on his face. At this point, cheers could be heard from outside. Haha, King Lu has conquered Qin Prefecture. This is a celebration. We have the merit of helping him rise to power. Come, let's go celebrate. I'll go. AI, why is the sky so dark? A young official walked out from the room and asked suspiciously. The sky was bright just now. He then muttered to himself, maybe the wind is blowing outside. He looked up at the sky before looking back at the blind Taoist. The blind Taoist had his head lowered and had a document in front of him. He seemed to be reading it. The official stepped forward and said, "It's about time, shall we go together?" When the blind Taoist heard this, he laughed. "It's all right. I still have some documents here that I haven't finished yet. You can go back first. Then I won't wait for you. Next time, it's on you." This official was also promoted by King Lu at the same time as the blind Taoist. Their relationship wasn't too bad, and he had a knowing smile on his face. These officials were all from wealthy families. Even though they were now officials, they were still dissolute. Of course. Li Gui, you go ahead first. I'll come back later when I'm done. Next time, you can choose between the Red Joy Courtyard or the 100 Flowers Courtyard. Good, said Li Gui and went away, satisfied. Boom. Following which, a gust of wind blew past, causing the blind Taoist to shiver. He heard the sound of the wheels rolling across the bridge. He wanted to speak, but he felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. The scholar walked in from outside and saw the blind Taoist spitting out blood. His face fell as he hurriedly helped him up and asked, "What happened to you?" "I heard the sound of thunder in the sky. I'm afraid it's an ominous sign. It's as if the heavens are watching us. That's why I rushed over to see you." The blind Taoist wiped his nose with his hand, and noticed that the back of his hand was red. He then whispered, "That's right, it's a backlash." As he spoke up to this point, his eyes squinted as he spoke in a low voice, "We've been discovered. It happened after the two of us disappeared. It seems like Pei Ziyun is indeed the son of destiny, and is connected to the heavens." The scholar was shocked. "Then what do we do now?" The blind Taoist's eyes turned cold as he pushed away the scholar who was holding him up and reached the courtyard. He then looked up into the sky and spoke coldly, "Since we've been discovered, the world will target us more and more. I've searched through my memories. It's not like this didn't happen in the past. It's just that it didn't happen so quickly. I'm afraid it's going to be hard for us to win quickly. We have to be prepared for a long battle." As he spoke up to this point, the blind Taoist shook his head and sighed. His expression was somber. "You should understand that the world will adjust and reject new ideas. We've already investigated the history of this world. Let's take the Tao arts of this world as an example. The first person to become a Tao monarch, the world didn't react quickly enough. It's just that this person wasn't able to see things clearly. At that time, he was satisfied with the title of Grand Tutor and Immortal. He didn't decisively take over the world. 200 to 300 years later, the world reacted. After that, there was a tragic battle. This person passed away in meditation. Although he didn't die, he wasn't far from it. Although he paid a heavy price for the dragon chi, He relied on the human race to continue to rule the world. The current dragon Qi and Tao energy that are repelling each other was caused by that day. If this person had decisively taken over the world, he would have become a Taoist country or a celestial dynasty. The scholar nodded his head. Unless one's strength far surpasses the world's and can change, it's true that if one doesn't take what the heavens have given him, he would be the one to blame. It's the same for our demon race. If only we could hide for a little longer and accumulate our strength, before the world could react, we could become the orthodox race. But now that we've been discovered, we have to fight a long battle. We might even have to work twice as hard for half the result. But since things have come to this, there's nothing we can do. We have to build the reincarnation platform. Only then will we be able to turn defeat into victory. The blind Taoist spoke up to this point. His expression was somewhat dejected. Actually, the situation was more serious than he had said. If they couldn't conquer the world and become the orthodox race, the best outcome would be for them to become a part of the world. Immortals, demons, and humans would coexist, and the demon race would continue to exist. The scholar didn't know much. Hearing the blind Taoist's words, he took several steps forward. What's the reincarnation platform? Could it be that we can conquer the world in a single round? Without this, every time we die, the mark of our demon race would have to be circulated around the world once. As more and more demon race members die, the mark would become weaker and weaker. Our demonic qi would also be depleted and digested by the world. With the reincarnation platform, the demon race's mark would return to the reincarnation platform and would not be depleted. As long as we have demonic qi, we can eventually defeat the entire world. The blind Taoist spoke as he looked up into the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds and his eyes were cold. Thankfully, it's getting closer and closer to winter, and the lightning has lessened. Even if the heavens wanted to deal with us, they wouldn't be able to summon lightning. That's why we have to finish this before the spring thunder. When the scholar heard this, his face was filled with confusion. The primordial spirit that I inherited did not have these memories. However, I know that if we want to succeed, we need to have a foundation. The reincarnation platform is the same. But now that the entire world is rejecting us, where do we start to build the reincarnation platform? When the blind Taoist heard this, his face was solemn. He then sighed and frowned. He didn't speak for some time. At this point, there was a commotion as someone reported, "Not good. The emperor has fallen. The crown prince has been crowned the next day. He's even issued an edict, announcing that King Lu is a traitor, and has been stripped of his title. He's now a criminal, and has been ordered to punish him." As soon as these words were spoken, a bolt of lightning flashed through the dark clouds, illuminating the entire courtyard. At the same time, a deafening explosion of thunder could be heard, scaring the blind Taoist so much that he trembled. At that point, the stench of blood rose up in his throat, and he hurriedly swallowed it. He didn't retreat back into his room, but instead looked up and pondered for a moment. The scholar was taken aback. Although King Lu has raised his troops, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he didn't strip his title. Hence, although he's fighting on the battlefield, he's still connected to the dynasty. Now that he's issued an edict, there's no room for negotiation. King Lu's imperial qi has already been broken by half, and has already gone his separate ways. He's now relying on the soldiers of the 3 prefectures to support him. What should we do? Hearing the scholar's words, the blind Taoist's eyes gleamed as he realized something. He then laughed out and said, "Haha, this is good news. We have a foundation, All we have to do is push forward. Let our people submit a petition to King Lu, asking him to ascend the throne immediately. This is a matter of the imperial qi. As long as we take the lead, the officials will respond immediately. When King Lu becomes the emperor, he will officially break off all ties with the dynasty. This is all because of the support of our army. He won't be able to repel our demonic qi. When that time comes, we can plot against him. Study room. King Lu's eyes were closed as he leaned back in his chair. He had a sorrowful look on his face. He was dressed in white robes, and had a white cloth around his neck. On the table in front of him, there was a huge pile of documents. The blind Taoist sat down below and didn't speak. Ever since the blind Taoist's suggestions had been effective, King Lu had gained a lot of respect for him. After some time, King Lu opened his eyes and pulled out a book from the pile of books in front of him. These documents were all written to persuade King Lu to ascend to the throne. King Lu read a few of them, and his expression was unclear. He muttered to himself, as though he was deep in thought. Eunuch Liao stood by his side and didn't speak. King Lu looked at the blind Taoist. Now that I'm hesitating, what do you think? This was a question. When the blind Taoist heard this, his eyes flashed. He knew that his chance had come. He then stood up and bowed. Your Majesty, the reason why you're in trouble is because the Crown Prince has imprisoned the Emperor and placed him in an important position. He even announced this to the entire world. Since that's the case, how can you acknowledge the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne? The only way is for the Crown Prince to assassinate the Emperor and ascend to the throne. The mandate of heaven belongs to your Majesty. If you don't do so, I'm afraid your Majesty won't be able to claim the throne. If you take a step back, it will be difficult for you in the future. These words were spoken in a forceful tone and made sense. When King Lu heard this, he felt his blood boiling. He didn't speak immediately, but stood up and walked to the window, looking out. The skies outside were dark and gloomy. From time to time, there would be the sound of thunder. King Lu looked out and had a strange expression on his face. Logically speaking, these words made sense. In fact, it could be said that he had no other choice. The reason why he was in trouble was that the Crown Prince had imprisoned the Emperor and placed him in an important position. Hence, he couldn't acknowledge the Crown Prince's ascension to the throne. He didn't know why, but when he wanted to make a decision, he felt a sense of fear. It was as though once he took the first step, there would be no turning back. After some time, he laughed. Was there still a chance for him to turn back to the Crown Prince? He then took a deep breath and sighed. Looks like it's decided. The blind Taoist looked at King Lu's expression and was elated. He thought to himself, it's done. King Lu was a valiant and decisive man. Earlier, he had hesitated, but now he was resolute and decisive. Men, pass down my decree. The Crown Prince has killed his father, and I cannot live under the same sky as him. I shall make a sacrifice to the heavens and ascend to the throne. Chapter 403. Suburbs, High Platform. The officials and generals were all arranged in an orderly manner. There were also tens of thousands of soldiers who stood at attention. There were 3 levels. The top level was the heavens and earth. The second level was the sun, moon, stars, clouds, rain, wind, thunder, mountains and rivers. The third level was the gods. In front of the gods there were jade, silk, whole cows, whole sheep, whole pigs, wine, fruits and dishes. Just the utensils used to hold the offerings numbered more than 100. King Lu held onto the sacrificial scroll as he wore a dragon robe and a dragon crown on his head. Green energy revolved around him as he walked forward. When he reached the altar, he prayed to the heavens. The Crown Prince of the dynasty has lost his virtue. The world is in chaos. Treacherous officials are in power and the country is no longer a country. May the Emperor and the Empress. Originally, the skies were filled with dark clouds and lightning. The officials and generals all had heavy expressions on their faces. But as King Lu kowtowed, the skies were clear and bright. Someone shouted out, "Auspicious sign, auspicious sign." King Lu has ascended the throne. This is an auspicious sign from the heavens. Your Majesty, long live. Long live. The officials all knelt down and shouted out in greeting. Soon after, the carriage returned to the city and was bowed down to the people. The Emperor of Pills was overjoyed. Everyone followed their ranks and entered the hall, shouting out, "Long live the Emperor." At this point, the ceremony was complete. King Lu waved his hands as Eunuch Liao stepped out and retrieved the imperial edict. He then read, "The crown prince plotted against the previous emperor and attempted to usurp the throne. This is the will of the heavens. King Lu is unable to ascend the throne." The imperial edict was then announced to the world. Following the announcement, the officials all knelt down and listened attentively. The blind Taoist could hear the roar of a dragon as his body trembled. King Lu has ascended the throne and was stripped of his title. His connection to the imperial qi has been severed, and he is now relying on the support of the army. Indeed, demonic energy has been mixed in with the imperial qi. The dragon energy blessing has already appeared. The foundation of the reincarnation platform is here. Dawn, Grand Princess Palace. The sky was still dark. Only the morning star hung in the east, causing the sky to turn gray. Within the palace, there was a hubbub of voices. It was bustling with activity. Bright candles were lit in the rooms, and the maids were busy tidying up. One of the maids was sweating profusely, but she wiped it off with a handkerchief and continued to tidy up. The red quilts were folded one by one. The quilts were embroidered with the word happiness in golden threads, giving off a festive atmosphere. The eldest princess stood there, looking at the gold-threaded red quilt. She suddenly thought back to how she had looked forward to the wedding of the Canton princess all those years ago. Now that she was going to be married, she couldn't bear to part with her. Her eyes turned red as she reached out and touched the quilt. On this side, there was a dazzling lineup of furniture: golden lacquer cabinets, cicada wing gauze curtains, chiming bells, kiln wares, gold and jade rui, red sandalwood screens, bronze mirrors, mouthwash bowls, tea tables, zither cases, bookshelves. Everything was available. There were even chests of jewels. These were the dowry of the young Junju. The eldest princess looked at the dowry. In her eyes, in her memory, it was all the little princess's appearance when she was young. She was pregnant for 10 months, breastfed, and gradually grew up. My memories are just like back then. I didn't want Qianye to leave home. How could mother bear to see you leave? Even though you've grown up, you're still mother's flesh and blood. Seeing that the eldest princess was sad, the granny spoke softly. Eldest princess, the Canton princess is marrying true monarch Pei. It's a blessing. How many people in this world can be more outstanding than true monarch Pei? Why are you so sad? Girls have to get married. She reached out and wiped her tears away. The eldest princess then sighed. Qianye is the flesh and blood of my heart. I can't bear to part with her. Besides, being too outstanding isn't necessarily a good thing. The eldest princess mumbled to herself. She could still remember the incident of the prince consort all those years ago. In the end, she didn't even know who was the mastermind behind the prince consort's death. When the granny heard this, her face fell. She looked around and advised, "Eldest princess, you can't say such things. Besides, today is the Canton princess's big day. How can you say such things?" When the eldest princess heard the granny's words, she paused for some time before nodding her head. "Follow me and supervise these serving maids. That way they won't be careless." As the eldest princess spoke, she started to inspect the boxes. She was extremely meticulous and did not allow for any carelessness. At this point, she discovered a bottle that was slightly broken. Her face fell. "Why is this bottle broken? Go and replace it with a new one." The eldest princess spoke coldly. Immediately, someone stepped forward and took the bottle from her. As soon as she was done with this, the eldest princess felt a little dizzy. She stretched out her slender fingers to support her head. The granny who had been following her stepped forward to support her. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Her hair fell to her shoulders as she placed her hand on her forehead. The eldest princess's face was pale as she waved her hand. "I'm fine. Continue to supervise me." Hearing these words, the granny felt her heart ache. "Your Highness, you've been busy the entire night. Please take a rest. Leave these matters to us, the servants, so that you won't tire yourself out. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and serve me the ginseng soup." A small bowl of ginseng soup was served. The eldest princess squinted her eyes as her chest rose and fell. She felt much better. She then waved her hands. "There's no need. After this, I won't be busy anymore." Ai. When the granny heard this, she could only sigh. All these items were packed in boxes, and were packed into 10 carriages, forming a long line of carriages. Little house-bright red candles were lit, illuminating the entire room. Initially, the eldest princess had planned to fake her death and escape. However, she never had the chance to do so. Now that the crown prince had ascended to the throne, although he couldn't officially marry the Canton princess, he had tacitly agreed to the marriage. Hence, the actual wedding was to be held in the eldest princess' mansion. A red blanket was laid upon the bed, and the two of them were sleeping in a pink tent. Pei Ziyun stood up and changed his clothes. Pei Ziyun stood up and put on his clothes. The Canton princess was still sleeping under the blanket. As Pei Ziyun moved, the blanket slid off her body, revealing her crystal-clear skin. There were many kiss marks on her skin. She woke up in shock and reached out to pull the blanket over her body. Although they had already been intimate, the Canton princess was still embarrassed. Her face was red as she hid under the blanket. "Get up, mother must be waiting for us." Pei Ziyun stood up and a serving maid came forward to help him get dressed. "Put on your clothes first, I'll get up." The Canton princess hid under the blanket like a shy kitten. Seeing her like this, Pei Ziyun couldn't help but laugh. He grabbed the Canton princess's hand and lifted the blanket a little. He then kissed the Canton princess on her forehead before leaving. The Canton princess was in a daze for some time before she regained her senses. She looked around and saw that the serving maid had looks of envy on her face. She then said softly, "Quick, help me up." Several servants helped her get dressed. The Canton princess wore a golden butterfly hairpin. Her body swayed gently as her cheeks flushed red. She looked even more beautiful. Seeing her come out, Pei Ziyun's heart warmed as he reached out to hold her hand. When they reached the empty area, the Grand Princess was already waiting for them. Her face was haggard and her eyes were red. It was obvious that she had worked hard all night. "Qianye." The moment the Canton Princess arrived, the Grand Princess called out. The Canton Princess ran forward and threw herself into the Grand Princess' embrace. "Mother, I can't bear to part with you." The Canton Princess couldn't bear to part with her as she buried her head in the Grand Princess' embrace. The Grand Princess stroked the Canton Princess' long hair and said, "When a woman grows up, it's time for her to marry." She then looked at Pei Ziyun and bowed. "Pei Ziyun, today I'm handing Qianye over to you." Qianye was a Canton princess, and yet because of you, she sacrificed herself. You know how much she sacrificed. I have no other request. I only ask that you treat her well, love her, and take care of her. When Pei Ziyun heard this, he replied, "Mother-in-law, I love Qianye and will not let her be sad." "That's good. Qianye, you're like a princess at home. I'm sure you won't be used to going out. Mother has prepared some belongings for you. Bring your serving maids along as well. This way you won't be bullied," the Grand Princess instructed. When the Canton Princess heard this, tears rolled down her cheeks as she covered her face with her sleeves. Seeing that it was getting late, she bowed to the Grand Princess. "Mother, I'm leaving." When the Grand Princess heard this, her eyes turned red. Although she knew that she could return from Golden Island, she couldn't help but cry. "Mother." At this point, both of them were crying. they couldn't bear to part with her. Pei Ziyun bowed once more and stood up. I've already instructed Renwei to build a garden on Golden Island. Although we can't hide her in a golden house, we can still build a garden. I won't let Qianya down. Mother-in-law has thought about it. You can spend the winter on Golden Island. It's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's a good place for you to rest. Pei Ziyun had recorded that according to modern standards, the coldest month on Golden Island was 15 degrees Celsius, and the hottest was 30 degrees Celsius. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It was a very comfortable place to avoid the summer heat. At this point, the sky turned dark and the sound of horses galloping could be heard. Someone reported, "Princess, true sovereign, the divine guards have arrived and are waiting for you. Let's go." She was the grand princess after all. At this point, she wiped away her tears and ordered the carriage to leave. "Let's go to the pier before the sun rises." It's really hard on you," Pei Ziyun reminded her. "Don't stop at the sea. Head straight to Golden Island. Everything has been arranged there. The Emperor wants me to go on an expedition. This is official business. Once I'm done, I'll return immediately." "I understand. Be careful, husband." The Canton princess's eyes were red, but she still turned around and boarded the carriage. Servants and bodyguards surrounded her as she rushed to the pier to board the ship. Seeing her carriage leave, Pei Ziyun turned around and bowed to the Grand Princess before he turned around and walked towards the cavalry. True sovereign. The moment Pei Ziyun walked over, 100 cavalrymen came forward to welcome him. One of them led a horse and handed him a whip. Pei Ziyun took it and leaped onto the horse. He looked in the direction of the carriages and the Grand Princess's mansion before sighing. He then turned around and rode away. Under the night sky, the cavalrymen followed behind him. As soon as he left the street, he saw another 100 cavalrymen. In the middle of them was the 13-year-old prefecture prince Qing Shun. He was different from the last time they met. Although he was still young, he was full of heroic spirit. Pei Ziyun was taken aback when he saw him. "True sovereign, 7,000 cavalrymen are waiting outside the city. We have to carry out father's edict. I'm still young, I'll have to depend on true sovereign to quell the rebellion." Prefecture Prince Qing Shun cupped his hands and said solemnly. Pei Ziyun did not hesitate any longer and said, "Move out." Following the order, the cavalrymen moved out. Torches were lit as they left the city. Chapter 404. It was said that King Lu was seated as the eunuch announced the emperor's decree. What followed was a banquet. King Lu laughed. "Today I have ascended the throne, and the officials should celebrate. Tomorrow morning we shall be busy with the military affairs. Nobody is to slack off." Soon after, the bell chimed as the officials thanked King Lu for his kindness. One by one, they entered the hall. King Lu nodded his head as he recited a poem and gave his congratulations. According to the rules, the officials had the right to stuff some snacks into their sleeves and share them with their family members. The entire hall was filled with smiles and laughter. After 3 rounds, King Lu retreated to the back palace to receive the respect of the officials. He allowed the officials to do as they pleased. Indeed, when King Lu left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The atmosphere was much more relaxed. The blind Taoist drank a few cups before using the excuse of not being able to hold his liquor as an excuse. He then stood up and headed to a resting room. Inside, a scribe was writing some documents. He then asked, "How's the situation?" The scribe saw that it was the blind Taoist and wasn't surprised. He tossed his brush aside and stood up. "The situation isn't bad. The paradise has been formed. The sacrificial fruits have yet to respond. Now that paradise has been formed, it's entirely due to the chi of the soldiers and the soldiers. Our demonic race holds a significant portion of the power and authority." The blind Taoist's eyes twitched as a sinister smile flashed across his face. Looks like we have to increase our strength. As he said this, he looked at the scribe. The both of them looked at each other and rested. At this point, the blind Taoist and the scribe's eyes were filled with wisdom and wisdom. In the underworld, it was pitch black. 2 meteors streaked across the sky and landed on the ground. This was a stretch of mountains and rivers. At this point, it was completely empty. There was a hole in the sky as the red energy continued to pour in. There were faint sounds of wind and thunder as a flood dragon circled around it. There were even grayish-yellow snowflakes falling from the sky. Wherever the red light entered, a foundation was formed. Following that, a wall was formed. Within the walls, many palaces were formed. Gradually, a palace was formed. Some of the ghosts were attracted by the red light as they neared. With a flash of light, they turned into dust. Originally, they were going to block the meteors. However, these 2 meteors had dragon chi and demonic chi in them. They entered and transformed into 2 shadows. It was the blind Taoist and the scribe. The blind Taoist's primordial spirit was covered by a layer of demonic chi as he walked on the paradise, leaving behind gray footprints. At this point, he stretched out his hand to catch the falling snow. He didn't stop and looked around. He saw that the rough embryo was completed, and the interior was filled with richly carved beams and painted rafters. The furnishings were exquisite and suitable for living. After a moment of silence, he looked at the gradually darkening sky. In the distance, he could still faintly see the outline of the green mountains. The scholar looked on and saw that all the furniture had been completed. There was a bed, a wooden frame, a table, and even a water jug. It was sparkling and translucent, as though it was carved from jade. He couldn't help but laugh before he frowned. King Lu has established himself and split paradise apart. I'm afraid the ancestors of the dynasty will come and fight. The blind Taoist admired the scenery around him as he listened to the scholar's words. He then turned around and waved his hands. Although King Lu is still connected to the dynasty doesn't need to send an ancestor to take charge. This is especially the case now that the great ancestor has returned. He has already noticed that there is something wrong with us and is being rejected by the world, so there is even less of a chance that they will come. They aren't stupid. When the scholar heard the blind Taoist's words, he laughed out. They aren't stupid. It's just that this piece of paradise has become our base of operations. That's a great advantage for us. I shall prepare the reincarnation platform now, and build a foundation for our demon race in this world. However, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to change paradise. Although the Imperial Qi doesn't reject us, and sees us as their subjects, it will be difficult for us to steal it. The scholar pushed the door open as the door swayed back and forth, but didn't open. The blind Taoist looked on silently and laughed coldly. That's true. However, I've already planned for this. I've obtained the authority over a certain mountain range in this world. According to this world's terms, this is the immortal Tao Dragon Vein. What use does this dragon vein have? The scholar listened and asked. The blind Taoist laughed. This is the source of this world, and can be used to create paradise. This is the best time to use it. King Lu wants to take over the world, and he also has the demon soldiers and generals. At least for now, he won't reject my investment. Look, the time has come for this world to change. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a loud boom. Spiritual energy flowed out of his mouth, forming into a black dragon. The black dragon and the Dao Dragon Chi didn't mix well, and were viewed as enemies. This black dragon was even more unruly, as it twisted its body and tried to fight against the Dao Dragon Chi. Hm. The blind Taoist cleared his throat and pointed out with his finger. At once, the black dragon's body was activated, and the originally unruly immortal Tao Dragon Vein's dragon chi became docile. Go! Following the blind Taoist's words, the black dragon leapt towards paradise and merged with it. Sizzle, as the immortal Tao Dragon Vein's chi entered, it was like boiling oil in water. The immortal Tao Dragon Vein fruit and the Hui Dragon Vein couldn't merge. The blind Taoist's face didn't show any signs of fear, as his demonic energy surged. A small hill was formed on the boiling ground, as it started to grow taller. At this point, the skies above paradise rumbled with thunder, as the drums of war started to beat. Someone shouted, "Under the orders of the first emperor, we are here to punish the evildoers and evildoers." As far as the eye could see, countless soldiers were charging towards the paradise. Who would have thought that the first ancestor of the Grand Su dynasty would be so knowledgeable? Even if he can't obtain it, he has to destroy this Dragon Chi paradise, so that we won't be able to take advantage of it. Outside the paradise, the Grand Su dynasty's heroic spirits were attacking. The blind Taoist wasn't afraid at all, as he muttered something under his breath. He turned to the scholar and said, "Let's work together to activate the reincarnation platform." The scholar nodded, and the two of them exchanged a glance. They stretched out their palms, and a thick demonic energy began to gather. A black shadow shot out from the demonic energy mountain, and a black platform appeared in the middle of the mountain. This black platform's shape was similar to the one in the other world, but the scale was much smaller. As soon as the black platform appeared, the demonic beasts in this world trembled. It was as if they had suddenly felt at home, as if they would never be forgotten, and would never disappear. At this point, the blind Taoist didn't stop. Hearing the war drums outside, he opened his mouth wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He spat out another mouthful of blood towards the platform. Boom! Black energy was spat out, and within it were countless spirits. These spirits returned to the altar, where a three-eyed giant appeared. The moment this shadow appeared, the blind Taoist and the scholar looked dispirited, as if they had expended a large amount of their energy. The three-eyed giant stood up, his expression was wooden. With a single step, the immortal Tao and the imperial Qi started to clash. At this point, the demonic energy seemed to have been neutralized, following which the three-eyed giant raised his hands, as thunder rumbled within paradise. Numerous shadows appeared, as demonic energy swirled around them. At this point, they started to congeal and solidify, following which the blind Taoist noticed the spiritual energy descending upon him. He then laughed. Now that the platform is formed, not only can it be converted into imperial Qi, we can also use King Lu's imperial Qi to fight for control of the dragon veins. First, we can take control of that small piece of land. As long as we can take control of it, not only will we be able to benefit the demonic beasts, we can also fight for control of the dragon veins. Go, for the sake of the demonic beast's survival in this world, for the sake of our future. Following the shout of the blind Taoist, the demonic shadows that had just awoken from their slumber opened their eyes. Gradually, they regained their composure. Hearing the war drums outside, these demonic soldiers seemed to remember something. They opened their eyes wide and shouted out, "Demonic beasts, demonic beasts, demonic beasts! Kill!" At this point, they lined up in formation and with a shout, they charged out. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.